In August of 2018, the quiet town of Frederick, Colorado became the center of a case that shocked the world. Shanann Watts, 34 years old and pregnant with her third child, along with her two daughters, 4-year-old Bella and 3-year-old Celeste, were reported missing from their family home. What began as a missing persons case quickly escalated into one of the most disturbing family tragedies in recent memory. The Watts family. Shanann was active on social media, frequently sharing moments of her life and seemingly stable marriage to Chris Watts. Her posts portrayed a family with joy and affection, the image of a supportive couple building a future. Yet beneath this carefully curated exterior, tensions were growing. Financial struggles weighed heavily on the household. Shanann's frequent travel for work left Chris with more time alone, and an affair was developing behind the scenes. The disappearance of Shanann and her children drew immediate concern from friends and neighbors. Within hours, police were on the scene, documenting the first welfare check through body cam footage that would later become a crucial part of the public's understanding of the case. Chris, calm and reserved, walked officers through the home, claiming he had no idea where his family had gone. To investigators and later to millions of viewers, his demeanor seemed strangely detached for a man whose pregnant wife and young daughters were missing. As media outlets picked up the story, Chris made television appeals for his family's return. Standing in front of the cameras, he asked for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste to come home. These interviews, now infamous, would later be scrutinized for signs of deception, lack of urgency in his tone, the controlled expression, and the calculated choice of words. In reality, the truth was already unraveling. Investigators quickly discovered inconsistencies in Chris's statements. Digital evidence pointed to a double life, a man pursuing a future with another woman while presenting himself as a devoted husband and father. The image of the perfect family was collapsing, replaced by the chilling reality of premeditated violence. Within days, Chris Watts confessed to unaliving Shanann. He admitted to disposing of her body, along with those of Bella and Celeste, at a remote site where he worked. His confession stunned the nation. What had begun as a missing persons case became an unthinkable crime of family annihilation. The Watts case captured international attention, not only for the brutality of the unalivings, but also for what it revealed about hidden lives and the fractured relationships behind closed doors. Documentaries, podcasts, and in-depth analysis have since examined every detail, from Shanann's final moments to Chris's psychological profile. The case has been a disturbing study in betrayal, deception, and the collapse of a family that, to outsiders, seemed whole. This compilation revisits the key moments that defined the investigation and its aftermath. Welcome back and Merry Christmas to all. Please like and subscribe as we move forward into this American tragedy that has left us all in disarray even 5 years later. Some of you think Chris has got a cozy little cell, living happily ever after all the abuse he endured from Shanann. I know that doesn't even sound right coming out of my mouth. How did we all get here? A man cheats on his wife, then decides to end the lives of his wife and kids. The world's in mourning. Mom defends her son. I understand a mother's love for her son and wanting to be there for him, but this was something else. Why couldn't Cindy just be happy for Chris? It's hard for me to understand. I will never agree with the way Cindy Watts stood firm on her opinion of Shanann, even after what her son did to her and her 3 babies. Something is definitely off about Cindy's relationship with Chris. Chris annihilating his family proves that Cindy and Jamie went too far. Obviously, the next step is to deflect and start explaining for Christopher's actions. "5 years in, inmates adapt to prison life. Not because things get better on the inside, but because inmates have to. The penitentiary is a shark tank. Fear and weak is like blood and water to sharks. If you weren't hardened coming in, you will be. Inmates stick to their own on the inside. I've seen inmates come in and sit at the wrong table many times. Rude awakenings. Guards know the game. They do their best to stay out of personal beefs. Commenters see a picture of Chris Watts smiling and think he is a happy camper. I can assure you he is not. However, like I said before, letters help big time. I know all the fan mail keeps him motivated. All this is temporary though. Guards have probably had to limit the amount of mail Chris receives due to the volume. I'm sure a ton of it gets thrown away, or guards will even pocket a few as a souvenir or murderabilia. Oh yeah, killer items are worth big bucks. Jeffrey Dahmer's prison reading glasses were bought by Taylor James, owner of Cult Collectibles in Vancouver, Canada, for $150,000. So you better believe prison guards are stockpiling memorabilia, such as letters, pencils, combs, toothbrush, commissary, just about any item that made contact with the high-profile offender. They'll probably hold on to it for a little while. It's worth more if the offender's deceased. When housing a high-profile inmate, prison guards are paying attention. I'm betting COs have buyers on standby with top dollar in mind. A pair of reading glasses would be a very nice payday for corrections officers. Believe me, they're paying close attention to his items. A letter to an inmate is like opening the gates, allowing him to be free for a couple of hours, but then having to return. Aloha, Chris. I hope this letter finds you in some good spirits today. Remember, there's always hope, and today might be that day that brings you a bit of good news. I'm totally on your side. I hope you received my letter from last week. I was just basically wanting to introduce myself and offer some friendship from over here in Hawaii. To give you an update here, the hurricane that was barreling down on us never hit over our island. We just got some really cool, crazy hurricane winds that whipped through and a little rain. Dang, I was hoping for more upheaval. LOL, no luck. As I mentioned before, I'm an NFL fan, and although the Broncos suck, I kinda started liking the LA Rams. They have Wade Phillips, my fave, and to leave, doesn't it seem like he belongs in LA? Yes, I do like him though. Is there an NFL team you like? I hope you have a TV, and I love Seinfeld reruns. Oh my god, if there are any newspapers, books, magazines you would like, I'm happy to send those. Chris Watts has suspected that Nicole Kessinger may be writing him under an alias, trying to place keywords and letters in hopes for Chris to identify her so they can stay in touch. When investigators surprised Chris at Dodge for further questions, Chris was asked if he would like to talk to Nikki, and his response was, maybe once, just to say I'm sorry this happened. I'm sorry, not sure what happened afterwards. If you had any counseling or in a different state, I just wanted to let you know that I'm sorry. It's not something I ever saw happening. He apologized to Nikki 3 times. In a separate interview with Sherilyn Cato, she had to remind Chris that he not one time ever apologized to the Rusiks. Inmate Watts was described as very intelligent, with photographic memory, and a failed psychopath. There's even been speculation that inmate Watts has Asperger's syndrome. Asperger's is a condition on the autism spectrum. Many people believe because Chris had no history of violence or anything in his past that would predict something like this happening, believe Chris just snapped, which is BS in my opinion. Why did it take Chris having a mistress to snap? How could Shanann have made him snap when she was in full swing trying to save her marriage? He said it himself the day before. He already knew that would be the last time he tucked his babies into bed. That's called premeditated, a planned murder's first degree. He is lucky this didn't happen in Florida or Texas. Shanann and Chris decided to move to Frederick, Colorado, right after the wedding, a quiet little town just outside Denver, with the sight of white-capped mountains out in the distance. They fell in love with the area. During a visit with friends in Colorado, they decided it would be a nice enough place to relocate to, a good opportunity for a fresh start, away from all the family drama back home. Chris and Shanann decided to build their dream house, a spacious 5-bedroom, 4.5-bathroom home on Saratoga Trail, a clean, quiet neighborhood with friendly neighbors. They worked at Longmont Ford and stayed with friends while the house was being built. Chris was a mechanic and Shanann was in sales. After a while, Chris developed carpal tunnel syndrome and decided to find a different job. Shanann soon followed. Shanann and Chris needed help getting pregnant due to her medical condition. They decided to take fertility treatments. Conceiving was considered high risk for Shanann, but as a young married couple, they were determined. Because she was a high-risk pregnancy and their babies were somewhat miracle children, and Chris still decided to do what he did, it goes to show how personal this was for Chris. Chris only shows regret and remorse now because it's what's expected of him. In 2009, Shanann built her house in Charlotte, North Carolina. She was battling lupus. Her friend told her about her cousin named Chris, saying he was really nice, quiet, etc. So Shanann got a friend request from him on Facebook. Months later, she called me saying, "Mom, I met a nice guy. He's a mechanic." I said, "As long as you're happy and he's good to you." A few months after that, Shanann and Chris had a family gathering, and Frank and I and his parents had a cookout. They were floored when they saw her house. Shanann was a hard worker and wanted to eventually sell it and make a profit, and keep doing so. Eventually, the mortgage would be free. Comes from a family of contractors, so Shanann was eager to please his parents, waiting on them hand and foot. When Shanann left the back porch, it was just Chris's mom and I. She leaned over to me and said, "Shanann was married before?" I said, "Yes, just like your daughter was." Then a little while later, when we were alone again, she says, "I just don't see it." I said, "What?" She says, "I don't feel or see that your daughter loves my son." I knew that she was going to be a thorn in this marriage, because my mother-in-law was the same way. So every time we had cookouts, his mom and sister were very quiet and distant. We weren't accepted. They made that known. So fast forward to the engagement party. Shanann and I stopped for food and wine, etc., and spent a lot. Jamie, Chris's sister, wanted all the invitations so she could help. Shanann told me, "Mom, Jamie wants to help. Is she accepting me? I think I'm going to let her do it." So this mom and sister prepped food and cross-contaminated everything. Shanann could not eat any of it. Gluten-free, nothing. Everything was made with gluten. So thank God I made lots of food I brought, at least my daughter can eat. So as the night went on, Shanann and I went to the bathroom. Shanann had told me, "Mom, I had like 80 invites, and only immediate family came." So Shanann called people the next day to learn that they never received an invitation. Shanann was devastated. Shanann and Chris were so upset, so they knew not to ask again. Then came the wedding. No one from his entire family came. Just his grandmother and uncle. No mom, no dad, no sister, aunts, and cousins. No one came. Chris spoiled Shanann, and vice versa. They were so in love. They were a great team. They moved to Colorado and moved in with Shanann's friend for a year while they built their house. Everything was great. Shanann saw something on Chris's private part that didn't look normal. They went to the doctor. It was cancer, so it was removed. She saved his life. Then Shanann got pregnant with Bella Marie. Everyone was so excited and happy. After classification and getting bounced around the main building for a few months, I was moved over to the barracks, a smaller structure separate from the main building. It's where inmates go before getting shipped out to a different institution, a more permanent place, a prison where an inmate will most likely do the rest of their time. The barracks was sweet, an open space filled with bunk beds. It had 2 sides, and each side had 4 tables. This was strategically set up so everyone had a table. The blacks, the whites, Hispanics, and there was a miscellaneous table where anyone could sit. The fourth table is also a strategic move by the prison system. It was home to inmates whose paperwork isn't confirmed. Inmates will sometimes say that they mailed their papers out to family or a lawyer because they didn't want other inmates to know what they're in for, knowing the consequences could be deadly in general population. Just because an inmate requests protected confinement, they don't always get it right away. Sometimes an inmate will have to wait for cell space, or just don't qualify. No paperwork, your own people won't let you sit at the table. He said we are not compatible anymore. He refused to hug me after he said we will try to work it out. Said he thought another baby would fix his feelings. Said he refused couples counseling. What? That doesn't sound like Chris. Did he go to the appointment? Addie asked in disbelief. Yes, but cold. Addie, I have no idea what happened. Go through his phone, make sure there isn't some other to have to kill, Addie said. I'm betting Chris is having an affair after all. Why no to counseling? Asked Addie. This is total left field, responded Shanann. He said he ain't sitting on no damn couch saying what he just said to me to a stranger. Oh, Jesus, Addie replied. I found some in our area, and if anything, this baby and kids deserve him to go, Shanann said. Is this his parents' influence? Asked Daddy. He refused to hold me, said he's not there. He can't. I haven't slept most of the week. My eyes burned from crying so much. I canceled gender reveal. Nikki's going to tell me today. I need happy news right now. I said to him, how is this a few months? We were so intimate and what I thought in love when I left. He said he had a lot of time to think. The baby in my belly deserves his full love either way. I'm so sorry, honey, Addie said. I don't know what to say. I said you sat here in this living room and said you think it would be a great thing to have another baby. We talked it out a lot beforehand and we agreed to do this. You were so excited and happy, said Shanann. I think he will come to his senses and feel like an ass in a few months, says Addie, trying to be a good friend to Shanann. Why are we so fascinated by this case? Her life played out on social media. It's crazy how now we can watch everything unfold before our very eyes with body cam footage, recorded 911 calls, CCTV, and home security cameras. Shanann's social media accounts and text messages still break all of our hearts because we can all, in one way or another, relate. I promise these aren't easy videos to make, yet I still make them. I feel especially obligated creating videos for this particular case because I just couldn't sit back watching folks attack Shanann after what her and her babies have already gone through. I'm sure Cindy never wanted this to happen, but her behaviors since Shanann's passing spoke volumes about how far she would have gone to destroy their marriage anyway. Both her and Jamie, in my opinion, showed more emotion than Chris has ever displayed, and I found that to be extremely odd. But looking back, knowing what I know now, I can make sense of some of it. They obviously hated Shanann. They say Chris is intelligent, but yet not smart enough to understand how blessed and fortunate he already was. And I blame his mother and sister for that. They poisoned his mind since back when he was a perfect little boy. It's Christmas. My heart and prayers go out to the Ruziks and anyone else who has a hard time during the holidays. I know it's probably not the easiest thing in the world to know so many true crime creators are still probing this case. A lot of questions unanswered. Some of us feel there's way more to the case, and a lot of us are just hell-bent on making sure everyone is held accountable. I'm sorry this happened. I'm sorry this is still happening. I pray that our videos aren't hurting anyone or making anything worse. Merry Christmas. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us again. Please like and subscribe as we continue to explore different aspects of this case. A lot of commenters think that Chris was driven to these heinous acts, and he was by his own people since the day he introduced his girlfriend to his mother. All of these Shanann attacks began way before her life was cut short by a very controlling family, a burden on a grown-ass man's decision to live his own life, setting the stage by not showing up for the wedding. Throughout their entire marriage, they were consistent on their opinions of her, a constant thorn, as Sandy Ruzick once put it. These things do happen and are actually pretty common. Sometimes families clash or just don't see eye to eye. The difference is most families are willing to put their own opinions aside for the sake of a loved one's happiness. During sentencing, Cindy Watts got on the podium to address the court, and instead of relaying how this heinous crime would impact her life moving forward, she decided to tell the court how perfect and wonderful her son was all his life till then. And as if that weren't already a low blow to the Ruziks, she decided to turn around, look Chris dead in his eyes, and with sincerity forgave him, showing no remorse or regret for ever interfering in their marriage. tragedy like this should have brought folks together. I do not feel sorry for Chris. Sad about the case as a whole, as in everything that happened. None of it should have happened. We know where this stems from. It's so obvious. A man's upbringing plays a huge part in who he becomes. At what point do we say enough is enough? Call for a ceasefire between the families. Let's not kick them while they're down. Why was it so easy for Chris to pull something like this? It isn't rocket science. A mother had a hard time letting go of her only son. Messed with his head and his marriage. You throw a mistress in the mix, and now you got a psychopath's wheels turning. Tammy Lee excused herself from the room after the polygraph to speak to Special Agent Graham Coder. Chris sat quietly watching videos of his daughters on his cell phone. I brought Graham back in to discuss the results, Tammy said in a serious tone. Chris nodded. It was completely clear that you were not honest during the testing, and I think you already know that, Tammy said, cutting straight to the chase. You did not pass the polygraph test. So now we need to talk about what actually happened, and I think you're ready to do that. Coder leaned back in his seat as Tammy looked Chris directly in his eye. I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise, Chris said, still refusing to give in to them. Chris, take a deep breath, Coder said calmly. I want you to take a deep breath right now. There's a reason you feel sick to your stomach, and when you hold stuff inside, Tammy said, it makes you physically ill. I can tell from your face you want to come clean and be done with this, and I appreciate that. We're not here to play games. We just want to know what happened. Chris continued to insist he wasn't lying, which made Tammy increasingly frustrated. I just want them to come home, Chris said. But you know they're not coming back home, Tammy insisted. You know that. I hope they come back, Chris said. But you know they're not. I hope they come back, Chris repeated stubbornly. I don't know that they're not coming back home. Still leaning back in his chair, incredibly calm and poised, Coder told Chris that he and Tammy were confused. They had been doing a lot of work overnight and found some leads. They knew a lot more than Chris realized. You're a great guy, Coder said. And I know this because everyone tells us that, okay? We can't find anyone to say anything bad about you. Chris is a great guy. He's a good father. He's a good man. We're confused as to why you're not taking care of your beautiful children. I'm not taking care of them right now? Chris gasped. Where are they? Coder demanded. I don't know. I don't know where they are at, he insisted. If I could have my babies back home now, I would. I want everybody back. That's the God's honest truth. So waking up to the same sounds in a cold cell gets old quick. Hearing other inmates arguing can and will do a number on the mind and soul. I can only imagine the verbal attacks Chris Watts had to endure since his confession. From both CEOs and inmates. It's probably routine at this point and just another day at the office for Chris Watts. Think about it. His offenses are despicable. Criminal code is like the Bible in the penitentiary. The average Joe comes to prison without a jacket on a nonviolent crime. But then after a nickel in the prison system, an inmate changes, becomes institutionalized. Little things begin to get to us. Newbies coming in for the first time. It's annoying. They offset the pace, slow everyone down. You see, not everyone has a release date to look forward to. Convicts who are leaving in a body bag have no problem putting others in one first. If Chris were in general population without a jacket, he would be on count whether he liked it or not. On count is just another term for willingness to participate. He's white, so the white boys will come talk to him and call upon him from time to time. Ask him to have a seat at the table. Get to know him. Figure out his net worth, so to speak. Oh, so you love God. Going to church every Sunday. Get this to the little homie in the third row with the braids in his hair. The next Sunday he will give you something to bring back home. Oh yeah, you will have a purpose and make yourself useful, or life on the inside will be unbearable. Don't want to do it? Ha ha, but you will, trust me. Prison politics have a way of working itself out. The city within a city knows who goes against the grain. If you slow down the machine, they'll send in the mechanics to tune your ass up real quick. We can't escape karma. A wise man once said, do more for others than you do for yourself, and you'll be doing the Bible's work. If we were living in the times of God's law, a court would allow Frank Ruzick to take Chris's life in front of his whole family. As the Bible states, an eye for an eye. On March 16th of 1984, at 9:30 p.m., authorities were transporting a popular karate instructor in custody for the kidnapping and abuse of 10-year-old Jody Plausch. While walking through the airport terminal, Jody's father waited patiently for his son's abuser to walk past, picked up a nearby payphone wearing hat and sunglasses, and seized the small window of opportunity to deliver God's justice. Unexisting 25-year-old Jeff Doucette for abusing his 10-year-old son Jody, shooting him in the head at point-blank range with a .38 snub nose. Gary Plausch just happened to be having a couple of beers at a bar when he overheard an executive for a local news station say that Jeff was being flown in from California with a date, time, and terminal, and that's all he needed. Got off with probation on a manslaughter charge when the community came together on his behalf. Lord works in mysterious ways. Gary Plausch passed away in 2014. May he rest in peace. I said it before, had he done something like this to mine, Chris would have never seen a court date. After having such a great time with Chris on Saturday night, Nikki told her friend Charlotte more about her new boyfriend. Keeping it a secret, she texted Charlotte. Where did you meet this man? She asked. I think he really likes me. It's the best S I've ever had and I'm hooked. Kessinger then sent a photograph of her and Chris together. He seems too good to be true. He is very handsome and he works out a lot. He is super sexy. You look really happy, says Charlotte. Kessinger then said her only concern was that he was coming out of a marriage with 2 young daughters, and that she didn't always want to be second place in his life. Like, he's been there and done that, she texted. It's early though. We'll see. He's very kind to me though. Second is not that bad. It's after the first hookup a person really understands what they want in a human being. Don't tell nobody. I haven't made up my mind on him yet. Well, how old is he? Said Charlotte. 33, I think. He's all about his kids. The fact that he takes care of his kids is a good thing, I think. Later that day, Chris got Bella and Celeste ready for a birthday party. A friend of Shanann and Chris's, Jeremy Lindstrom. Jeremy's son was turning 4. Bella and Celeste were invited. Chris did their hair in little ponytails and helped them get dressed. At the party, he took photos of Bella and Celeste playing with water balloons and sent them to Shanann, saying that they were having fun. During the party, Jennifer Lindstrom asked Chris if he needed a crib for the new baby. Chris said no, he already had it taken care of. Chris also texted Kessinger from the party to arrange a next date to the IMAX cinema, saying his kids were soaked from the water balloons. At 4 p.m., Chris drove Bella and Celeste home, feeding them cold pizza from the night before. While they were eating dinner, Shanann's parents FaceTimed them from North Carolina. The girls told their grandparents just how excited they were that their mom was coming home and would be there the next morning when they woke up. Just after 5 o'clock, Chris Watts texted Cody Roberts about his plans to check out the oil leak the next morning. Investigators now believe that's when he was putting into action his plans to get rid of Shanann and his daughters. I'm going straight out there from my house, he told Roberts. No sense in both of us going out there, LOL. Over 900 miles away, Shanann was having an early dinner with her friends before boarding the plane. As soon as they sat down, she showed them that Chris had spent $68 on the dinner. She thought it was a little suspicious, said Abby. She also asked us what we thought, and if he was with somebody. Shanann ordered a chicken Caesar salad and some water with lemon. Her flight back to Denver had been delayed because of a bad storm. All the restaurant lights were going out. She was really anxious to get back, said Abby. She was super nervous she wasn't going to get back and be able to talk to him and work things out. At the end of the meal, Shanann and the others posted a photograph, giving the Lavelle sign. Shanann posted them on Facebook, commenting, "Best way to leave Arizona, with loss of power while eating dinner." 2 hours later, Shanann was at the gate at Phoenix, Arizona, waiting to find out when her flight would be leaving. She texted Chris and asked him to send pictures of the girls from the party. He replied with a picture of Bella. "Great job on Bella's hair," she told him. "Really bad dust storm, rain, thunder, and lightning. Praying it doesn't get canceled tonight." She then called him, but Chris was angry she interrupted his workout. She had to let him go. "Sorry I bothered you," she texted him back. "I just wanted to talk to you." While she was waiting at the gate, Shanann composed a rough draft for what she planned on talking to Chris about when she got home. She sent it to Addie for her feedback. "Can you please tell me something?" It read, "This is making me crazy. I know you need time. I want to give you what you're asking for. Respect your space." Shanann went on to say, "Her being in a bad place is just not good for her or the baby. I just need you to give me a little bit of what I did or didn't do, so I'm not going crazy in my head trying to figure this out. I know I can't fix it by myself. That we are going to have to work on together." At 9:28 p.m., Shanann called Chris, but he did not answer. He was in the middle of a conversation with his girlfriend for almost 2 hours. Later, she finally boarded the flight to Denver, ready to be home with Chris and the girls, she posted on Facebook. Then she texted Chris, finally on the plane, about to take off. "Thank God. Prayers for safe flight. Love you." After finishing his call with Nikki, Chris finally replied, "Holy crap. Sorry I passed out on the couch." Shanann and Nicole arrived at the Denver airport at 12:45 a.m. on Monday. At 1:25, Shanann texted Cassie Rosenberg, "Landed." On the drive back to Frederick, Shanann told Nicole she would not wake Chris up when she got home. She would just put her arm around him and feel close. Tammy and Coder stared at him in silence. The only sound that could be heard was the steady tick of the clock in the interrogation room. Coder told Chris he couldn't reconcile the two Chris's that they were witnessing. Agent Coder and Tammy Lee were using the John Reed technique. The technique is known for creating a high-pressure environment for the interviewee, followed by sympathy and offers of understanding and help, but only if a confession is forthcoming. Coder and Tammy Lee were saying things like they knew Chris had loved his daughters and wasn't faking it. Coder said it warmed his heart that he was the type of dad who could pack a bag in the morning for his daughters. He then pleaded with Chris to tell them about the other parts he was lying about. Feeling cornered, Chris was ready to come clean about Nikki. "I'm not proud of it, and I feel horrible about it," he said. "I've been cheating on her while she was pregnant. But I hurt her emotionally, not physically," he said. Then he continued trying to distract Coder and Tammy. "I didn't go to the Rockies game. I went to dinner with her. The 5 weeks I was alone, I was with her most of the time." "This is Chris, the truth teller," Coder said, encouraging Chris to continue telling the truth. "I fell in love with her," said Chris. "Absolutely," Coder responded. "Who is her?" Tammy asked. "I don't want her involved in this. I don't want to ruin her life," Chris responded. "She's a wonderful person. She knew I was married, yes. At the end, I told her I was going to get separated. When I saw her, she took my breath away. And never in a million years did I think that was going to happen. I never felt this way about anyone in my lifetime." And people wonder why we still probe the case. The absolute scumbaggery that inmate Watts radiates in the interrogation room, romanticizing about his mistress while his family is missing, knowing exactly what he did and where he put them. Detectives gave Chris an out using the Reed technique. Shanann never touched those girls. My dearest Chris, I don't even know where to begin. I am so lost for words. I can't even explain how hard this pain hurts. The last 5 weeks have been so hard. I missed everything about you. I missed your morning breath, your touch, your lips against mine. I miss holding you. I miss smelling you in the sheets. I miss talking to you in person. I miss watching you laugh and play with the kids. I love seeing their smile with you. I missed having you around when I felt alone and upset. I just flat out missed the hell out of you. I really don't know how we fell out of compatibility. The only major thing that happened was between your mom and I. I can't change what happened. I will work with you and them to work things out. There has to be a mutual respect from all parties. An apology from your mom, personally, would be nice. Our daughter's life can't be replaced. I chose to delve into Sherilyn Cato's book because she did the legwork and spoke to Chris and the Watts family. She got them to talk, and now they're upset about how she wrote the book or how it made them look, and I get it, but we can't blame the messenger. She just told the story created by a monster who could have made so many better choices than the one he made. Now he's in his cell screaming Bible verses. His wife and kids torment him every night, as they should, asking him why. Shanann loved that guy. She could have and should have left his ass. Good riddance. Instead, she fought for her family, believing those emotions. All the special moments with Chris and the girls clouded her judgment. How could she have known? She couldn't have. While she was struggling to save her marriage, for the sake of those babies, he was cheating on her, sending her disturbing photos of a dog covered in a white sheet. Yeah, a lot of what was in Sherilyn Cato's book was in the discovery, but she also wrote a lot of it. We all want to move past this, but how could we? Right from the jump, his family started their campaign on Shanann's character, making excuses for that monster. Man, I don't know what else to say. If you have nothing nice to say about Shanann and those beautiful babies, let them rest.
Somebody that's royal wants for me. Have hardy, jolly Christmas. No.
What you waiting for? Get up, get up, get on the floor. Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Brand new way, what you waiting for? Get up, stretch out, get on the floor. Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog. Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog. It's a brand new way, what you waiting for? Get up, stretch out, get on the floor. Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog.
This video is for educational and entertainment purposes only. Welcome back to Real Killers. If it's your first time here, please consider subscribing and don't forget to hit that like button. Thanks. Buckle up, we're heading to Watts Island. Did Nicole Kessinger have any involvement in the murders of Chris's wife and kids, 34-year-old Shanann Watts, 4-year-old Bella, 3-year-old Cece, and Nico, who never even got a chance to open his eyes, leaving law enforcement, his community, and the world in mourning? It's been 5 years, but still feels as if this happened yesterday. As Chris Watts was confessing, Nicole Kessinger was speaking to investigators a few miles away, with her opportunity to be 100% truthful. Instead, she decided to be misleading, and in some of her statements, she just outright lied, conveniently forgetting details and withholding information. Nicole Kessinger's police interviews and her cell phone records are very telling. Many have suspected for years that she may have had some level of involvement in the murders, and for good reason. What I find interesting is that Shanann's family say they have a lot of detail about the case, details that were never made public, and certain details about Nicole as well, and still believe that Chris Watts acted alone. So then why did Nicole Kessinger feel the need to lie? This video is just my own point of view and opinions. There's just so many events that Kessinger lied about. If you have nothing to worry about or no involvement, why lie? I want to throw some quick shame on all you victim blamers. How dare you? A pregnant mother and her babies were murdered. Shanann was loving and caring, and even if she wasn't, she nor those babies deserved that. Chris would have never seen a court date had he done something like this to mine. CBI agent Tammy Lee gets a call from Anadarko security manager Tony Husky to inform her of a contract worker named Nicole Kessinger who was in a relationship with Chris Watts. 4 hours later, Nicole Kessinger was contacting authorities to reveal herself so that she can get ahead of the investigation. She knew it was a matter of time before they reached out to her, and she jumped out in front of that. You'd think that somewhere in those 6 meetings she attended with FBI and CBI, they would have interrogated her as a suspect at least once, just to see if she'd crack. They might have got a confession out of her. Instead, they protected her, talked to her as a witness and a victim before fully vetting her. Some think Nicole got special treatment because of who her father is. Word on the street is he is a Freemason. Could be true. I can't verify anything on this. So I'm leaning towards conspiracy theory on whether or not he is a Freemason.
So I just want to know how you met him, where you met him, how long you guys were dating, and those kind of things initially.
Okay. I think I met him sometime in June, probably early June. Might have been May. I was just talking at work. It was pretty casual. And he didn't have a wedding ring on.
Kessinger's phone pinged in Frederick, Colorado at 6:16 a.m. the morning of the murders. Highlighted in yellow in Nicole Kessinger's Verizon call log, it's a 1-minute call to someone in Milwaukee, roughly when Chris Watts was driving at Survey 319 with his family in the rear car seat behind him. We know this to be her friend Jim's phone number, the other man in her life with a key to her apartment. And just above that call in blue at 9:28 p.m., there was a call she received 111 minutes, and that was from Chris Watts. Both Chris and Nicole were asked about that 111-minute conversation. They both gave similar answers and stated that the topic of conversations were random and not relevant. That just sounds rehearsed. Records also revealed that authorities who examined Kessinger's phone found hours worth of searches. And on July 24th, Kessinger Google searched the phrase, "Man I'm having an affair with says he will leave his wife." And on August 8th, Kessinger searched Google on topics relating to marrying your mistress. And after the murders, a search using the phrase, "Can cops trace text messages?" Interesting. Look, people have affairs. Some folks cheat, both husbands and wives do it. It's a hard pill to swallow, but it happens. Usually what happens after something like this, because eventually your wife or husband will find out. A couple would either seek marriage counseling or just say, "Nope, I want a divorce." What we don't do is kill our family over some girl we barely know. And if a man does do something as heinous, A mistress should be devastated and want to help investigators, not delete, mislead, and withhold information. And Nicole Kessinger is a grown woman. Why does she bring her father, Dwayne Kessinger, with?
But
It's so sad, and she's pregnant.
And then on our end, we didn't.
They're so cute. They're so little. Like, wow. Why? How? I don't even understand how you could like bring yourself to do that to somebody who's like that big. Oh.
do you want to step out for a minute?
Well, she was scared, but I guess the real question is, what exactly did you do? If all you're guilty of is pursuing and sleeping with a married man, so you tell police the truth from start to finish by coming forward immediately, not after you get wind that management has contacted investigators about the affair, then spend the next 4 hours trying to delete and hide information before revealing yourself. Yeah, it's a little embarrassing, but unfortunately these things happen. The public would have frowned on you for like 10 minutes and forgotten your name. But there's more to this, and you panicked. If I had absolutely nothing to hide or worry about, not sure I would want to drag my father, or anyone else for that matter, into this. All this information is probably old news to a lot of you, but I just landed on Watts Island, so I got a lot of catching up to do. When Kessinger revealed her identity to the media in an interview with the Denver Post after Watts pleaded guilty to killing his wife of nearly 6 years, Kessinger said she barely knew him and we had just met. She said the two co-workers had begun a physical relationship, but we were taking it slow and didn't discuss long-term plans. She added that Watts told her that he was in the process of finalizing his divorce, and then later told her that the divorce was completed.
You're not being interrogated as a criminal suspect. We're here to understand your relationship with Chris and what you know about Chris and his family, and events relating to Chris Watts. And do you know him as Chris or Chris? Okay. So the phone number that you reached him on, can you tell me what that number was?
I think I deleted that out of my phone too. I just cut him out of my life.
On August 19th, only 4 days after Watts was arrested, Kessinger Google searched Amber Fry, asking about her net worth, book deals, and if she'd be shamed publicly. I'm sure you've heard of Amber Fry, and if you haven't, Amber was the mistress of another infamous killer by the name of Scott Peterson, who murdered his wife Lacey and their unborn child back in 2002. Which was another absolutely heartbreaking case. Amber Fry didn't have to go into witness protection. She had nothing to hide. Because unlike Amber, Nicole lied. Amber Fry came out before police even knew of her, and Amber Fry was truthful about not knowing he was married. Sorry, Nicole, you're in a whole different class. Nicole, what are you trying to hide? Look, I obviously don't know. None of us know if she was actually there committing the act. All these contradictions do not make her look good at all. She tells police they had no plans for the future, but she's looking at wedding dresses. She obviously had a major influence on Chris and did see some future in their relationship. She suggested he pawn Shanann's wedding ring while his family was missing. That really says a lot about someone's intentions. Let's face it, she knew Chris Watts was married. For a long time, she knew. She accepted her role as his mistress. The Father's Day post by Shanann and the girls showing their appreciation honoring Chris was enough proof for me that Kessinger knew. But then there's the Google search dating all the way back to January of 2018, when, according to Kessinger, she didn't know Shanann's name until way after they started dating. She is creepy. That's some pretty scary shit when you think about it. Modern day fatal attraction. I don't know about you, but if I'm giving you a key to my home, we're a little more than just friends. Nicole claims Chris knew about Jim and was not insecure or jealous at all about him. If I was a betting man, I'd bet Nicole was lying about that and used Jim from time to time. You have a wife, I have a friend. Every time Chris had to go back home to his wife, she hated it. And she needed Jim around. Same way she was threatened by Shanann, she needed Chris to feel that too. To pressure Chris into following through with his plans to divorce Shanann. The evidence is right here in front of us. She wanted Shanann's life, and with Chris, the house, the kids. Hell, she'd been stalking this family for at least 6 months, but probably way longer. She went to extremes to hide information from police, reaching out to her friends, asking them to delete messages before deleting all of her messages. That should have alarmed detectives. She went and broke her damn SIM card. The lengths she took to hide and mislead police during the investigation is the same measures and lengths she took to make Chris do all the things to rid himself of his family. She was the mastermind behind giving Shanann Watts Oxycontin in hopes for her to miscarry, and telling Chris that she wanted to give him his first son. She seemed cold and callous. Other than the act that she pulled, zero empathy and accountability. I just can't see her as a victim at all. Was she there that night? I don't know. There's video out there, but I couldn't 100% make that out. Very possible. If that surveillance cam footage was as clear as day, none of us are having this conversation right now. I'm sure CBI would have handled that swiftly. The pressure was on. Chris had to make a decision. The longer Chris waited, the more Kessinger manipulated him. So Chris decided to go to North Carolina because Nicole Kessinger told him to work on his marriage because she wanted him to be the best dad he could be to those beautiful girls. And she takes credit for that, wanting to create space for him, telling him to work on his marriage. But then seconds later tells investigators that they were still seeing each other frequently, and it was all Chris, stating he was into me more than I was into him. She takes zero accountability for anything, unless it's to tell investigators that it was because of her that Chris tried to fix things with his wife. But you're also the reason for a lot of other things happening, Nicole. This wasn't Chris's first rodeo. It's my understanding that he has cheated on his wife before. At some point, his then mistress knew to call it for what it was and walked away. But not you. You wanted more. You just couldn't let go. Nicole's excuses for all of her poor decisions are weak. I understand everyone's frustrations with police or investigators handling the case. We have to remember that there was nothing they could do with what they have. Suspicion is not going to cut it in a court of law. Police had to be very careful how they handled things. In reality, Nicole didn't even have to talk to police. She could have lawyered up and exercised her right to remain silent. I know. I sound like an NK sympathizer. However, Nicole had an arrest record. I think at the very least they had to have ran her name. Turns out NK has a couple of underage drinking arrests. And a recent video also suggested she was a violent offender as a juvenile. The information is sealed, can't be verified because she was a juvenile, but I can believe that. So many people have been affected by this case that YouTubers actually showed up at the Frederick Police Department to question why more hasn't been done about NK. And we're told that once Chris confessed, the investigation stopped. I guess it kind of makes sense. He didn't implicate anyone. Nicole's deceptive behavior didn't mean much to detectives. They already did their job as far as they were concerned. At that moment in time, all investigators wanted to do is give the Rusiks closure. Not sure there ever will be after something so tragic. At the very least, help them begin that healing process. couldn't imagine going through this. I have a sister who's the same age Shanann was when she passed, with 3 kids about the same age as Cece and Bella, and a newborn. So this case hits home for many of us. Nicole had no consideration for the Watts family. It's low down enough to get with a married man. She knew he was married. She justifies her willingness to be in a relationship with Chris by blaming him for lying about a divorce that she pressured him to get. Shanann was doing what everyday moms do. Those girls were her life. Chris was her life. She would have done anything to get him back. She wasn't going to give up on their marriage because she loved that monster. It was too late. By the time she realized something was off, Chris had already made up his mind. It's so sad because had she thought for 1 millisecond that Chris had it in him to hurt those girls, she would have fled back home or never came back with him in the first place. I can't even imagine what was going through her head in those final moments. As for Nicole, she doesn't exist anymore. New identity and location. I wouldn't be surprised if she was still in Colorado. Highly unlikely though, she could be anywhere. If I were her, I'd go to Alaska, way in the mountains, and far away from people. Someone will recognize her one day. The world still wants answers, Nicole. If we are all wrong about you and our theories, prove it. Prove us wrong and explain yourself. It'll be a long time before you're able to live with yourself for the choices you've made. Ultimately, I think NK may be guilty of conspiring to terminate Shanann's pregnancy and obstructing justice. Did she actually kill Shanann? Personality and all the research tells me it's very possible that she could have been there. But don't be mistaken. Chris is exactly where he belongs. Other than that, there just isn't much more to go on. There have been many conspiracy theories about the case. Talk of crystals under the beds, inmates getting released and claiming Chris confessed NK involvement. There has been talks about Chris being drugged by Nicole, black magic and spells, Freemason involvement, and the Ruziks having mob ties, so much more. This has gotten out of control, and after this video, I am vacating Watts Island. I fell through the rabbit hole, and it's easy to get swallowed up by all the information and rumors out there. Chris Watts is a weak man. He took out his whole family for a nut job. She wanted Chris to leave his wife for her. She may have said some horrible things in text and didn't want anyone to see it. Somewhere along the line, things got out of control, and here we are. Welcome back. Please like and subscribe as we take another look at the home that was once the Watts residence, so we know it's the Miller residence today. The house looks different. I'm sure it's a very happy home to the new owners, but we can't deny what took place inside those walls. The house holds the dark remnants of a crime that shook the nation. So I had to revisit this. The reported woman with dark hair seen entering the home but never leaving the home. Unexplained voices and inexplicable apparitions. The horrifying events left an indelible mark on this once familiar place. The crime changed the small town of Frederick forever. It was said that one of the Frederick police officers who searched the home said the energy was palpable inside the home, and those who ventured into the master bedroom had an overwhelming sense of sadness and despair.
Smells like. Smells like. Smells like. Cleaning.
I do believe in the paranormal, as I've experienced paranormal activities. I did do some camera work for a group of ghost hunters in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. One of our shoots took place at an old haunted building in the Walker's Point district. We stayed the night at a cigar bar called Shaker's, which was once a place Jeffrey Dahmer would frequent. Jeffrey Dahmer's favorite hangout, formerly known as Club 219, is literally right up the street. Shaker's has a crazy unique history and a hotspot for ghost hunters. I bring this up because for a long time I was skeptical about a lot of reports of any paranormal phenomena that took place. But when a person experiences it firsthand, it changes you. Walking into a cold spot, the feeling of something, a presence, you can feel and you know it's there, but you can't see it. Souls can get confused in transition and stick around for a while before realizing what has happened. Crossing over probably isn't the easiest thing when we know most of our loved ones are staying. Shanann Watts was heartbroken, pregnant, and fighting for her family when she passed away. So when this animal decided to take her from this world, her concern and love for her babies are probably what kept her from crossing over right away.
I think wife's office, her shoes were in this back room to the right. Okay. The second one to the right. That doesn't necessarily
Yeah, it could mean a high, intense fight. So it could mean several things because the body chemistry pictures
Sure.
all that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of these are motion activated. These are the shoes that she took the scent off of.
Okay. That's you. Well, there's probably a first thing to feel.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thing to feel.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What the world is that? Wow. Go in there, step on that little blue thing, and see if that's where that is.
Yeah, it sounded like a kid toy.
It might. It sort of sounds like it.
Something. There was a. I heard it.
That one, did you hear it? That one, did you hear it? That one, did you hear it?
I did.
Sounded like a kid giggling or something, didn't it? Or a kid.
It did.
Where did that come from? Because all he did was go straight in there.
A few years ago, at a different shoot, I was asked to meet the crew at a haunted gentleman's club, also in Milwaukee. This place is called the Encore, and it is surrounded by cemeteries. I had a bad feeling about this location from the jump. As they were doing their investigation, I got an overwhelming feeling of anxiety, and my body felt very heavy as if it were hard to pick up my leg to take a step forward. It was the strangest feeling. I had to grab a different charger from my vehicle, and while I was outside, all of a sudden I knew something was watching me from one of the graves in the cemetery. I hurried up and grabbed my charger. We finished up our investigation, but I brought something back with me this time, a bad spirit or energy. It was awful, and strange things began to happen. My car alarm would go off at all hours of the night for no reason, every night. Sometimes I heard it, and sometimes I got letters on my windshield from angry neighbors. I felt miserable, angry, agitated. It took me a few days to realize what I suspected was happening, so I smudged all my camera equipment, my home, my car, and everything in it. The canine officer reminded me of this incident. Maybe I stepped into a room I shouldn't have that night. This experience has happened more than once over the years, which is one of the reasons I stopped messing with that.
That was strange, but we're making note of that.
I heard it. I definitely heard the same thing you did.
Yeah, and then he just sort of I just, was she on anything? Well, she was pregnant. I was going to say, do you know about drug use in the house or pot?
Not that we know of.
scent coming out of there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's turn that fan.
We don't know. It's the only bed in the house that's unmade.
Just kind of had a little bit of... Is this where Janie's dog had interest too?
Very good. The opposite side, so bed area, and we actually shut off the furnace just to eliminate that, but it was from the other direction, right where those coolers were.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of just refocus. So, yeah, there was just revisiting right here. And the only thing, and there's a bag of rope and some tie downs and a whole bunch of paint cans.
Yeah. So I'm pretty confident it would not be a body or parts. It's very
Yes, very organized, very clean. I mean, there's not even dust in the basement.
Did she do the garage?
She has not done the garage. Okay. Garage should be this way.
You can do the garage in the east outside.
So we figure the house is clear at this point.
He was able to show me video from his Xfinity home security system on his phone. He showed me that a female walked up to the house at about 0900 hours and was seen walking up to the front door. There is no video of the female leaving the area, and shortly after there is a black SUV that is seen passing the house slowly. Nate was able to show me 3 different videos showing the black SUV going slow by the house shortly after the female was seen walking up to the front door. I did not see anyone leave the vehicle and approach the house, and I did not see anyone come from the house and get into the vehicle.
Frederick Police Department, anybody in the house?
974, no traffic, 6 areas, 6.
Frederick Police Department, anybody in the house, make yourself known. Frederick Police Department, anybody in the house? Can you pull that staircase? Something's got an open closet over there.
Okay. I got you all.
Okay. Slow and steady, guys.
Coming out.
Pushing up to you first.
Copy.
Justin, come into your hallway.
Copy.
You said that's that bathroom?
Yep.
I'm gonna pass by.
That's about it.
Copy.
Open a connecting door. Not a connecting door. Closet, I'm coming behind it. Clear, I'm coming out.
Good. Did you guys get this closet?
Nope.
Ready?
That's the basement, I think. Let's clear the garage. Come see where we're at, we'll come out to the garage. Frederick Police Department, anybody in the garage? Frederick Police Department, make yourself known. Okay, coming back in.
Coming out, please.
Copy. There's no way to get in like in the top or anything?
Don't see any access. So no access points.
Is it sealed off from the top on that side? Yeah. Never mind.
Computers. Come back in.
Coming out.
Now. Garage lights are off. Cookie coming back towards you.
Copy. Looking up. Okay, I'll pull the door. Once you guys are ready. You want to make that announcement?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Frederick Police Department, anybody in the basement? Frederick Police Department, make yourself known. Frederick Police Department, anybody down here? Frederick Police Department, anybody down here?
What's that? It might be an alarm, I'm thinking. I'm not sure. It's right there. Blue coming out.
Coming out. We check this closet?
Yeah.
Okay. We checked out the cabinets and stuff?
Check the top, see if there's a back.
Come on to you, Kate.
Look for any like vents like those that are big enough that maybe they open.
Let's go clear upstairs. Frederick Police Department, anybody upstairs? Frederick Police Department, anybody upstairs? Make yourself known. You guys want to come with me? I'll grab the gate. Okay. Yep.
I'll hold down here.
So, go out. Stop. Put the eyes to the left. Go. Okay. No. Good. You go after the Hey. You good? One. Yes. Yes. Okay. You go now. Which one do you want? This one on the straight. Good. Put them on. Here, go now. Yeah. On the right. Stop here. Want to do what you were thinking on the right? Running quickly to go on the left. Brother Police Department, anyone in there? Brother Police Department, make yourself known! Copy. Copy. Copy.
Laundry room and access panel open?
Does anyone want to read it on?
No.
We see what's been held up. But we'll read the rest, just okay. Go ahead and make this first one for January.
I have that, yeah. It's there.
Perez, I'm coming down.
Copy. I'm going to the back yard going. I will be back to you.
What's that?
Garage lights.
All right, guys.
Did we get the garage lights off? Did we get the garage lights off? Okay.
Good view.
Good. Got everybody?
Those two are well.
Okay. Let's go. I'll be the last one out.
I'm gonna kill lights. It's gonna get dark.
At 1:30 a.m., the Watts home security camera captures Shanann Watts walking up the stairs, wearing jeans, a black cardigan, and a gray t-shirt, while Nicole sat in her car, waiting for her to walk into what she assumed was a safe home. Shanann exhausted from her trip, kicked off her flip-flops and left them by the door with her suitcase. She began to shed her clothes as she made her way up the stairs to the master bedroom and crawled into bed with her husband. Chris had been sleeping in the basement since the family had returned from North Carolina, but he was in the master bedroom this evening. According to statements by Chris, this is what happened next. Soon after she snuggled under the bed covers, she put her arm around Chris. She started caressing his hand and chest, although it had been months since they had been intimate, and Chris had been rejecting her. He was receptive to Shanann's advances this time. This was for the first time Chris had been intimate with his wife since he started sleeping with Nikki. Chris planned for this night to clean up the mess he found himself in. Chris found it easy to shower Nikki with attention when Shanann and the girls were away, but now he wouldn't be able to see her at all if he was still living under the same roof as his family. He felt Shanann would keep him from being with Nikki, and the only way he felt he could be with her was if he got rid of his family. Chris knew he would go through with his plan, even though he had enjoyed the previous day alone with his daughters, laughing, playing, and singing with them. You see, Chris had made up his mind and had to pull through with his evil plan. First, he went to Bella, then Cece, took the pillows from their beds and split them. Then, believing they were gone, he was ready to talk to Shanann. The affair with Nikki, the anger and disappointment of the drama with his family and Shanann over the years, and his inability to deal with the emotional problems all boiled up to the surface. Chris stared at Shanann for a few moments while she was sleeping, thinking about the life that he was craving with Nikki. The level of cruelty this man has. How could anyone have the heart to want to hurt his wife emotionally by revealing that he planned on leaving and no longer loved her before taking her life? Prison sucks, but so do humans. We tend to make mistakes, and that's okay, as long as we learn from them. Chris Watts never broke the law before this, which makes his case somewhat unique. No priors, no history of domestic violence, not even as a juvenile. Good job, good pay, beautiful wife, good pay, adorable kids, beautiful home, and little Dieter. He took all of that and traded it in for an 8x10 cell, with a 2-inch mat on a concrete slab. When I watched Chris sitting in that courtroom, it reminded me of how stressed I was when I was facing my charges. I remember saying, game over, as his crimes are what I consider to be unforgivable, and knowing what happens to guys like him in prison. Some commenters believe Chris is in general population and doing well, with a cozy little maintenance job. Folks got prison all wrong. There's nothing cozy about it, especially with the type of jacket Chris is wearing in the penitentiary. For Chris to have requested general population, he has reached that stage. He wants out, and he knows he isn't going anywhere. PC is like the whole, damn near. With Chris being in general population now, he must align himself with a group. Race and ethnicity play a significant role in prison politics. The consequences of prison politics can be far-reaching. Inmates who don't participate will be dealt with in violence, serious retribution. Dahmer was fed up with PC and demanded to be put in general population against the advice of his attorney, the warden, and everyone else. Jeffrey Dahmer went through Dodge Correctional. I think he would have been safer at the Dodge Correctional Institute, but he landed at the Columbia Correctional Institute in Portage, Wisconsin, a maximum security prison built to house 650 convicts. The facility holds 10 housing units, 50 cells per unit. Usually cells are doubled up, and only the most dangerous convicts are celled alone. African Americans take up 58% of the prison. Whites make up 36%. Dahmer wanted more freedom, or he wanted out. Literally taunting other inmates. Jeffrey Dahmer even got baptized in May of 1994, seeking comfort in religion, the same way inmate Watts is doing now. Seasoned inmates were betting on Watts to request GP. Humans aren't built for that kind of mental stress. Patience. If we can't get to him, allow him to come to us. Just a reminder, we can't escape karma. A warning to all. Karma always finds a way to balance things out. Whispers of a bad jacket in GP could mean a celebration of life party thrown by those closest to you. On your special day, you have heard the law that says the punishment must match the injury, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. In 2017, 26-year-old Shane Goldsby was incarcerated for stealing a police car and happened to be cellies with 70-year-old Robert Munger at the Airway Heights Correctional Facility. John Munger was 5 years in on a 43-year sentence and 65 when convicted. After being found guilty of numerous counts of CM and CP, Munger was arrested in 2019 after a lengthy investigation. Prosecutors presented evidence showing that Munger essayed multiple children over a period of several years and had also possessed and distributed CP. The judge in the case handed down the maximum sentence allowed by law, calling Munger's actions reprehensible. Munger's victims and their families expressed relief and satisfaction with the verdict. But karma had other plans for Munger, you see. Munger's cellmate, 26-year-old Shane Goldsby, happened to be one of his victim's older brother. What are the odds? Shane Goldsby clocked him out at 70 years old in their shared cell, adding 25 years to his sentence for taking the life of the very man who abused his little sister. The Lord works in mysterious ways. Shanann chose to marry Chris because she looked at him as a safe choice. He basically was at her beck and call and submissive to her. They never fought. Chris hardly ever argued with her or even raised his voice. Very laid back, and Shanann thought they would be together forever. Shanann gave Chris the whole package as a wife. They had always been so happy. Her own anger, despair, and sadness was in full view. Shanann started to cry, and mascara streaked down her face as she told Chris she loved him. Chris told her he didn't love her and wasn't compatible with her. He said he became angry again when Shanann told him if he left her, she would not let him see the kids. According to Chris, Shanann was used to getting her way. When things didn't go her way, she would revert to threats and anger. This time, though, I was not giving in to her demands. That's when my anger for her began. Years after her telling me what to do and what not to do, keeping me from my own family for sometimes months at a time, were over. Keeping me in the background was over. Chris was not necessarily upset about losing the kids. According to one of his versions of the story, he had already smothered his daughters at this point. His anger was about his feelings of being out of control, and he resented Shanann for it. Now he felt empowered to have ultimate control over his wife. Chris spent his entire life being the helpful guy everyone loved and wanted to be around. There was no way he could face being the bad guy. He knew if word got out that he had been cheating on his pregnant wife, everyone would look down on him, and that was not something Chris could handle. Shanann was suspicious about possible infidelity. In a version of Chris's story, she had even said, "I knew there was someone else." Chris blamed Shanann for everything that was happening. His anger only grew thinking about every single time he bit his tongue when he felt belittled or emasculated. Why did it take an affair to come to his conclusion? Everything was her fault. Chris's narcissism and entitlement had reached their peak. Chris was justifying his actions every step of the way, making himself believe that this was her fault so that he could be with Nicole. Chris watched her as she got drowsy, and then he put his hands around her neck, squeezing her jugular vein and cutting off the oxygen to her brain. The horror, disappointment, and heartache that Shanann must have felt watching Chris, the man she referred to as the best thing that has ever happened to her, tightening his grip around her neck, unable to respond, is beyond reprehensible, as the final image of her in life is her husband on top of her, turning red as her eyes pulled with blood. Chris made a decision that he will never, ever be able to make right. And for what? Another woman? The Watts case has had a deep impact on the lives of so many people, even today, over 5 years later. The Watts case is a sensitive one for many. Victim blaming and shaming is a harmful behavior that needs to be addressed and resolved. It's okay to have empathy for the Watts family. Cindy and Ronnie, I'm sure they too have suffered immensely. But how about we draw the line, if and when the bashing begins, by not taking part in it? Many, including myself, believe the case isn't completely closed. I mean, we know it's closed, but it feels incomplete. Even more now since recent revelations discovered by Edward of Behind Criminal Minds. There are channels who, even today, over 5 years later, continue to vilify Shanann, going through her social media history to analyze her every word, gesture, and making up crazy assumptions. The internet goes out of its way to pick her apart as if those who never met her are as perfect as they expected Shanann to be. I've never covered a case so vicious and divided. Even when the offender has confessed, the amount of negative comments I've received for defending Shanann and the girls is pretty disturbing. Everyone has 2 cents. We are all entitled, at the very least, our own opinion. There are some opinions that are better left unsaid, if that's how you even really feel. Please don't be swayed by unqualified statements about someone they've never even met. The many accusations that I've heard about Shanann are preposterous, intending to be hurtful towards her family. This behavior stems from societal attitudes, misconceptions, and biases that shift the blame from the perpetrator to the victim. It often manifests. This mindset not only perpetuates harm, but it also prevents justice and hinders healing for the victim and the families. How about we come together for both families by sticking to relevant conversations about the case? Now we got channels beefing and getting deplatformed, accusing each other, older channels telling their communities that new channels are covering the Watts case because it's easy street. There is not one thing easy about covering the Watts case. The case will have you stranded on a toxic island. Let's not lose sight of what we're trying to accomplish, which is getting the powers that be to take a second look at the case. Shout out Zawoki. How would you feel if your son committed such heinous acts? Would you feel guilty?
She always said a lot of things about Chris in front of me that I didn't like. Like, this isn't the kind of person I would date. He doesn't know how to do this, or he doesn't know how to do that. He looks like a skater boy. Look at his hair. Look how much stuff he puts on his hair. It was just on and on and on, and I just got a bad feeling.
And pregnancy, and what did Chris tell you about that? Was he excited?
No, I don't think he was. I think it was a shock.
what it might do to your guys' relationship, and speaking out like this about a woman who can't defend herself right now.
Well, Shanann, I mean, she was. You have to get to know her to be around her. Put it that way.
They absolutely told me over and over and over again about what a wonderful person Chris was and how lucky she was to have him in her life.
Until she wasn't.
Until she wasn't.
Yeah.
Chris has fans based on false information, showing empathy and support while serving his sentence. Even in death, the trashing continues, which is why this case is very hard to cover. There's nothing easy about covering the Watts case. I stepped away from the case for a while. Too stressful and divided. Just the mere details of the case alone. Sometimes the comments get to me. Actually losing sleep. Putting myself in one's shoes. How would you feel? How dare they? The divide seems never ending. I believe it is vital to challenge prevailing biases and preconceptions, creating a platform for conversations that encourage respect for the families. Together, we can contribute to a more compassionate and fair society where victims are heard and protected even after death. The world is still stunned by this heartbreaking case. Why do they believe the offender and his family? The Watts case will always hit home for many of us. A hard pill to swallow, to say the least. Some folks get really nasty in the comments, as if the truth didn't matter anymore. The offender blames his victim, and what? That makes it true? Accusing me of being biased. Why? Because I can see right through the BS? Dear Frank, Sandy, and Frankie, I'm sorry for the pain and utter anguish that I've caused your family. This is a travesty that I never thought could or would occur. Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nico are 4 beautiful souls that will live on forever in heaven and in our hearts. I know you must hate me for what I've done, and honestly, I would be surprised if you didn't. This is a moment in my life that I will never be able to undo, and it rips me apart every single day. I see their beautiful faces, their beautiful smiles, everywhere I look. When I read to them at night, I can feel them snuggle up next to me like we were at home. I want you to know that I still consider you my father-in-law, my mother-in-law, and my brother-in-law, and that I love you all, yesterday, today, and forever. I pray that one day you can have forgiveness for me, but most of all I pray that you have some compassion on my family. They are hurting so bad from all of this, and I know they would love to reconcile, if that is something you would allow to happen. I pray every day that both families can meet at the gravesite, hold hands, pray and talk about great times, share about birthdays and visits and funny FaceTime conversations. I know this prayer hasn't been answered yet, but I know God is working this request of mine in your hearts. Forgiveness is the start of healing, and I pray you can start that process with my family. In the garden of hearts, a blossom so rare, unconditional love beyond compare. Through storms and sunlight, a steadfast embrace, a tapestry woven with grace. No judgment resides in its gentle gaze, acceptance and warmth in countless arrays. Through flaws and imperfection, it weaves a love that never deceives. In moments of joy or shadows that fall, unconditional love stands strong above all, a beacon of light in the darkest of night, guiding us with its unwavering light. In every chapter, through joy or despair, Unconditional love whispers, I'll always be there. A symphony of feelings, a melody so sweet, a love that makes every heartbeat complete. To my dearest one, a gift from above, a daughter, my treasure, embodiment of love. Your laughter, a melody, dances in the air, a bond so cherished beyond compare. In your eyes, reflections of dreams untold, a story of love as the years unfold. Through every step I'll walk by your side, a comforting presence in life's gentle tide. In innocence, your spirit takes flight, a radiant star in my darkest night. With each sunrise, a promise anew, my love for you forever true. Through valleys low and mountains high, I'll stand with you beneath the sky, a guiding hand in the journey we trace. My daughter, you are my heart's warm embrace. In the tapestry of life that we weave, a bond unbroken I'll never deceive, a love for you, endless and bright. For in your smile, my world finds its light. A love for you, endless and bright. In the theater of trust, a curtain falls, a tragedy enthralls, whispers of loyalty now turn to dust. A chilling wind, a heart unjust, deceptive shadows in a friendship's guise, betrayals echo in mournful surprise. In the garden of bonds, a venomous seed grows a tale of trust that starts to bleed. Promises shattered, a bond left frail, a mournful dance, a sorrowful tale.
Fresh Facts, the Colorado home of Chris Watts, reportedly back on the market. Of course, Christopher Watts convicted to 5 life sentences behind bars. 2 kids back in 2018, a horrifying situation. According to TMZ, the 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house in Frederick that they lived in was taken by the bank and sold in 2022 for $600,000. Now it's listed for $775,000.
So there's no real good lighting in the house right now, but I wanted to go live because why not? So, hold on. Hold that thought. I'm here. Hold on. Don't mind if I do. So I'm super excited to get these in today. Birthday cake. Why not have a quote-unquote snack? I'm so excited about the Pro Bars. The birthday cake is my favorite. It legit tastes like vanilla birthday cake with icing. Kim, you're gonna love them. They're awesome. I got the cinnamon ones, they're somewhere. I don't know, I have a lot of fire in the kitchen. So, I'm giving a box of crowbars away to the next 2 people who placed their order of their Thrive experience for the first time.
What happens when a house becomes the scene of a heinous crime, forever altering its identity and leaving behind a lingering sense of unease? In the aftermath of such tragic events, the walls of a home bear witness to unspeakable acts of violence, forever staining the space with memories that refuse to fade. When a tragedy occurs in a home, it can have profound psychological effects on those who reside there. The space becomes imbued with a sense of fear and trauma that can be difficult to overcome. Potential buyers may be hesitant to invest in a property with such a dark history, regardless of its physical attributes. The Millers took a chance on the home. I mean, it is a beautiful house. The 5-bed, 4-bath, 6,181 square foot house with white-capped mountains out into the distance is definitely a dream house for anyone. So there could be a few reasons as to why they are jumping ship. Maybe they've run into some financial issues, just can't afford to make those payments. But I don't think that's the case here. I'm sure all of the gawkers and drive-bys got old real quick. The constant gaping and trespass has got to be a concern, invading their privacy. People constantly pulling their phones out for a quick shot at the old Watts residence. Morbid curiosity. The Millers also let commenters get to them, responding to trolls and showing their frustrations, ranting all their points across. And number one being, we have 2 girls and 1 boy just like Shanann did. We did not have control of the birth order. We did not know Shanann before we had babies, and millions of other families have 2 girls and 1 boy. In that order. Please stop calling us creepy for something completely out of our control. Our children's birth order had 0 to do with the decision to purchase this home. Number 2, it's being said that I look like Shanann, dress like Shanann, and I'm trying to be her. And the decision to buy this house is because I'm obsessed with her. Like most of you criticizing me and making such ridiculous assumptions, I did not know her. I am another 32-year-old white girl in a small town in Colorado. We all wear leggings and cute shirts and try to style our hair. I have dressed the way I do for years, and I still have the same clothes from 10 years ago. If I dress like her and look like her, so do most of the other moms I know at my age. Are they obsessed with her too? You saw a picture of me in one outfit and decided I was trying to be like her. Number 3, we are not the Miller family that Shanann was close to in North Carolina. He still lives out there, I live out here, and we have no prior association with the Watts or the Ruzicks. Number 4, I have not been working for years with the Ruzicks to buy this home. I have wanted this home for a long time. It is beautiful and perfect for our family. I don't owe anyone a single explanation on why we bought it, but that's basically it, along with wanting to do the right thing by Shanann and her family. I do believe that we were meant to be here, and we are so happy we are, despite how people have treated us for buying it. I absolutely believe Shanann would be happy about us buying her home and loving it, rather than watching it deteriorate and having people fear this place she loved. It has, however, been a pleasure working with them through the process, taking this burden from them. Number 5, we did not buy this house because it's the Watts house. We have wanted it because it is perfect for our family and our lifestyle. It is beautiful and spacious in a lovely neighborhood, and we have every intention on making it a normal home again, so that Shanann's parents no longer have to deal with this house, so the neighbors have normalcy. The community doesn't have to be silent, having remind them of what happened here. We will absolutely not be turning this into an Airbnb, a tourist attraction, or profiting from it in any way, and we are so happy that someone who may have had those intentions did not purchase this home. Have that even being said about us is sickening. I will also not be creating a TikTok documenting our lives here, finding ghosts. Insert eye roll here. Number 6, we took a picture of our kids on the kitchen counter. Shanann had a similar one, which I did not know about. Stop looking into every little thing, trying to put a negative spin on it. It was just a cute picture. The Millers were definitely having a hard time in the home. That was part of a 12 or 13-point rant by the Millers in response to the criticism they received on social media. The Millers hoped they could get past the home's history, despite its infamous past, focusing instead on its potential as a place to create new memories, believing that with love and positivity, they could change the stigma.
He came, he opened the door, and he was screaming, "Come on, help me. Somebody shot my mother and father." And everyone ran out of the bar, and that was it. They all took off. No, I had to stay. I was tending bar. They all jumped in his car and took off.
Today, police combed the DeFeo's handsome three-story house for clues while divers explored the backyard swimming pool for the still unfound murder weapon. Police have been questioning the son, Ronald, and now say he is being, quote, safeguarded. Investigators say without explanation that they now feel young DeFeo was in the house at the time of the murders, but they're not yet considering him a suspect. And so forth.
No suspect at this time. We have no indication of the motive at this time.
What about Ronald DeFeo, the son, the surviving son?
Ronald is being safeguarded by the Suffolk County Police at this time.
Why safeguarded?
Why? Because the 6 members of the family dead, and we don't know why, and he's the sole remaining member.
Is he also a suspect?
He's not a suspect at this time.
In 1974, the DeFeo family was tragically unexisted in their sleep by their own son, Ronald DeFeo Jr. The house stood empty for over a year until the Lutz family moved in, hoping to start anew. In December of 1975, George and Kathy Lutz purchased the 4,000 square foot home for $80,000 and all the furniture in it for an additional $400. Now, I'm not saying that the Millers are moving due to paranormal activities taking place, but something could have spooked them. If that were the case, there is no way the Millers are disclosing that info to the public. They've had enough of criticism. The backlash would be immense. Now, I've seen my fair share of haunted places. Some hauntings are very subtle. Don't notice little things taking place in our own homes, because maybe you just don't want to believe. But it's real, and takes place more often than we think. And I'm just stating my opinions. These are my opinions based on the experiences I've had. Sometimes the other side reveals itself to us, and we'll chalk it up as unexplained or something else. Where did September Lady go? I know debunkers will catch a few fakers out there, and in their minds now everyone is a fraud. And I totally understand why people are skeptic. People need proof or evidence. Just because we can't see it, it doesn't mean it isn't there. Sometimes we can just feel it. While skepticism often reigns supreme in the scientific circles, there are intriguing theories that lend credence to the possibility of their existence. When a person dies, their energy, whether it be spiritual, emotional, or otherwise, may linger in the physical world. This residual energy could manifest as apparitions or strange phenomena that we perceive as ghosts. Again, these are just my personal opinions. The Lutz family claimed to have encountered a malevolent presence that tormented them day and night, driving them to the brink of madness. Despite their attempts to cleanse the house and seek help from paranormal experts, the activity only intensified, forcing the Lutz family to flee in terror in just 28 days after moving in. The Lutzes grabbed what they could and never looked back, and fled to Kathy's mother's house in Deer Park, New York, until they could sort out the problems with the house. The Lutz family moved into the Amityville home with high hopes, just as the Millers did. But even after 50 years, the Amityville house has become a symbol of fear and fascination. Even decades later, people are drawn to its dark history. The owner and neighbors get frustrated by spectators even today. It's like a magnet for darkness. People claim to hear voices and footsteps in the middle of the night, and have felt an overwhelming sense of dread. For years, people have traveled long distances to get a glimpse of the Amityville home, and so far it's looking like the old Watts residents will get the same treatment. The Millers should have known and expected the attention for buying the Watts home. Maybe they shouldn't have posted anything on social media for a while. I think responding to the criticism was a mistake by the Millers, but sometimes we let our emotions get the best of us. I'm not sure I could live in that house after what happened. I'd like to think I could. It's a constant reminder of the tragedy that occurred. A lot of folks were calling for the home to be torn down, but it's easy to suggest such a thing when it isn't our money attached to it. Like the realtor once said, sure, come purchase the home, then you can tear it down. The house was built on the hopes and dreams of a beautiful young mom who looked forward to growing old there. It was Shanann's second home. What an accomplishment. The Millers bought the house at $600K, selling it for $775K. Maybe this was just a flip for them all along. The Millers really did do a wonderful job in renovating and adding bright exterior colors. The inside of the home also looks amazing. I hope whoever decides to purchase the home doesn't turn it into a circus for the morbidly curious. Shanann really did sacrifice a lot to be in that house. Living in their friend's basement, waiting for the home to get built. There is no way she would have lost that house. Even Chris said Shanann always found a way. I don't care how much debt they were in. Shanann was a savvy salesperson, and people do get themselves out of debt. Evidently, the Millers had to do a lot to get here, according to the realtors who posted the sale of the home on Facebook, congratulating the Millers on the purchase of their home, in closing, stating it took everything we had to get here. But finally we got here. So happy for you guys. Can't wait to see the new memories you make in your new home. They then confirmed the home once belonging to Shanann Watts. The Millers said, we hope to honor this home you once called yours, and to fill it with smiles as you once did. Thank you for making this a peaceful home. Peace and love is all we have felt since the moment we walked through those doors. Because of you, we hope to have you alongside of us in this new chapter. I'm sure the Millers had good intentions in buying the house. The Millers did a great job in making the house their own. No matter how much we change the appearance of a home, its history is forever. I don't care who moves in there. The home will forever belong to Shanann and her babies.
Who's joining me? Who wants to bake with me? I don't want to bake alone today. Who's on? Who wants to hop on with me? So I'm making this, I'll tell you, because I already told everyone this morning. Mini cannolis. I'm actually doubling the batch. She's going to be amazing. So I made the cannoli filling, and then I'm going to put it in the refrigerator to chill. Saw me in the email. What's your email, Megan? I wish Chris was home today so he could.
Welcome back to Real Killers. Please like and subscribe as we make our way through another Watts case video.
We did it again. I like that shirt. So pink means...
That's just a test.
I know. It just says the pink is going to be girls.
I don't know. Just a test.
That's awesome. Guess when you want to, it happens.
You did?
Jump like this.
You want to jump like that? Life of the party?
I can fall right there.
No, I'm putting it right here.
And right here.
Okay, well, it's right here. Are you going to try to jump on me?
Yes.
Yes?
And he right there.
Okay, phone's right there. She doesn't stop. Hi, Brittany. Hi, Amy. Hi, Christina. Oh my gosh. You guys have been keeping me so incredible. Hey, don't sit on your sister, please.
I want her.
Okay. Seriously, stand up. Incredibly busy and truly, grateful for all of you guys. The girls, Bella has been helping me. Can you guys see this amazing craziness over here? So you guys have been keeping me incredibly busy. I am so excited. Hold on, I gotta catch C. Oh, jeez. Oh, watch out, Cece's trying to jump. Oh my. This is my life. Not slept all day, and she's about to try to jump onto the couch and it hurts. Cece? Truly blessed. Thanks, Brittany. I love you too. I love all of you guys. Santa's here, but the kids are freaking out. Santa, where's your phone?
The prison yard is an opportunity for inmates to catch some fresh air, get a little exercise, socialize. A lot can happen in the yard, but when things are calm, inmates will pass kites so valued information can get to inmates in separate units. If an inmate tries to run from a debt by requesting PC or sending help me kites to COs, seasoned inmates or shot callers will put the word out. Might take a couple months, but it will catch up. You can run, but you can't hide. In prison, an inmate must demand respect, or it could be a very bad experience. It's hard enough to deal with being confined, but to have to do it with a bunch of career criminals who don't respect you, an inmate will definitely be a target for abuse. I'm hearing Chris Watts is in general population. I'm almost certain it isn't under a normal setting, meaning he isn't in a regular unit. He wouldn't last an hour. Chris Watts is being protected under close watch while on his work details. Chris has support from many admirers. His family is in close contact with him, making sure he stays headstrong, doing their best to muddy the waters, giving Chris a sense of hope so that maybe one day there will be light at the end of the tunnel. He is her only son, you know. Karma always finds a way to balance things out. In the aftermath of the tragic murders committed by Chris Watts in 2018, one figure who became a focal point of speculation and intrigue is Nicole Kessinger, the woman with whom Watts was having an affair. Despite her cooperation with law enforcement and her decision to distance herself from Watts, Kessinger found herself at the center of numerous conspiracy theories circulating online. Many people suggest Kessinger played a more significant role than she has admitted, citing inconsistencies in her statements and behavior. It's not uncommon for high-profile cases like this to attract a range of conspiracy theories. However, it's essential to rely on evidence and facts rather than speculation and rumor. In the years since the tragedy, Kessinger has largely remained out of the public eye, seeking to rebuild her life away from the spotlight and the relentless scrutiny of the media and online communities. I myself strongly believe that NK played a significant role in the tragic events. Her behavior and response to investigators during interviews spoke volumes. She found it difficult to say Shanann's name. When she did say her name, her hand gesture was in a choking position. Nicole had 6 weeks to fill Chris's head with fantasies and ideas. She seemed to conveniently forget details about phone conversations with the offender, only coming forward to police after learning that Tony Husky, a manager at Anadarko, informed police about the affair and emails between the two. Edward of Behind Criminal Minds described her best when he called her a wolf in sheep's clothing. In his independent investigation of NK, he revealed some interesting information. He uncovered NK's arrest of December 9th in 2006, when she had one charge of underage drinking, possession, consumption, her second offense, and these cases were dismissed. Her cases seem to have been dropped without any repercussion. Edward, who has a background in law with credible resources, uncovers shocking history about NK while she was still a minor, committing a violent crime with a knife when she was only 16 years old. She was arrested with charges dismissed. The court records are sealed due to her being a minor, but he was able to find a public statement from a family that knew her. My wife and I were close family friends with her parents. Our children grew up with theirs. Nicole was always a problem child, and especially so when she was a teen. I just want to say that she stabbed me in the back with a kitchen knife and was arrested and charged with the felony. However, the judge deferred the felony conviction if she could stay out of trouble. This incident divided both families, and we have not spoken since that last court appearance. This happened in 2004 or 5. I can't remember what year, in Aurora, Colorado. Anyway, she is entirely capable of being involved in the tragedy. She is a narcissist and violent. Victoria Ives asked to watch Barb and Rob's home while they were away on vacation, with instructions that Nicole, under no circumstances, was to be inside the home while they were away. My wife and Nicole's younger sister, who was staying with us, went by to get more clothes. My wife and her walked in on Nicole and a guy having oral S on the couch in the family room. After doing her best to try to remove both to no avail, she called me. Long story short, a physical altercation occurred between the male and myself, in which during the altercation she stabbed me in the back with the kitchen knife pulled from the butcher's block. My wife interceded, getting the knife away, and both fled, but both were quickly arrested after my wife called 911. You take that in with Nicole's behavior and Detective Michael Prill's report exposing her for blatantly lying to law enforcement, revealing her damning Google searches, her clear obsession with Chris, her repeated rendezvous with him, and all her contradictions that destroyed her narrative that she'd been telling since day one.
Hi. It's me. I miss your face. I was just calling to say hi.
Oh my gosh. What in the world was that?
Thank you so much for coming out here with me, Christopher. I'm having a wonderful time. You mean a lot to me, and I'm glad that you're having a blast. I am so out of breath.
We're all human, and we make mistakes. People work on their issues because intelligent humans understand that no one is perfect. Between June 12th of 2018 and June 20th in 2018, Nicole and Chris were early in their attraction for each other. They would send each other emails and check in with one another. Chris, thank you for being honest with me this morning. Truthfulness is so underrated in our culture. Nikki, I'm a straightforward guy. Lying just complicates things. I think you're absolutely stunning, and what I've learned about you so far, you seem like an amazing person. I hope to continue to get to know you better since we have a lot in common. Chris, agreed. It is always nice to find people you can relate to. I enjoy talking to you as well. I feel comfortable and I'm looking for someone to build a beautiful life with. Seems so simple, but is so unrealistic sometimes. Build something similar to what you have done with your wife and those cute little girls. I do believe in karma, so out of respect for myself, you, and your family, I think it's best if we keep that friendship at work. By the way, I keep the conversations we have between us. Nikki, yes. A beautiful life is something that is hard to find in this world since people always seem to have an agenda for everything. I do believe in karma, so I agree with that as well. Any conversations we have will stay between us. No need to worry there. My work number is 720-9424 if you need to get a hold of me in the field. Sometimes email can be tricky with my spotty service out here. I have an early morning meeting, and then I'm doing lotto for a construction crew on various sites all day. So if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you have an amazing day. In these emails, there are some powerful statements. Nikki showing interest and not wanting Chris to look at her as a one-night stand, envious of what Chris has built with his wife and kids. She even states karma, one of my favorites, coming off as if concerned for his loyalty to his wife. Yet she opens up opportunities, and Chris jumps at them, confirming to each other that they can keep a secret and keep impossibilities open. The emails confirm how much of a liar Chris is, how manipulative they both are in order to get what they want in that moment in time, throwing responsibility out the window, allowing themselves to be led by impulses, both showing a total disregard for Chris's marriage. All it would have taken was for just one of these absolute garbage individuals to call each other out, and maybe Shanann, Cece, and Nico would be alive today. The flirting and attraction towards each other turned into a disgusting act of jealousy, envy, control, lust, and lies. Their commitment to secrecy was in full display when Nicole was being interviewed by investigators. Their commitment to secrecy is why Shanann never found out. Using apps to hide conversations and living in sin for 6 weeks. Shanann trying hard. Shanann gave Chris space in hopes that he would realize how blessed he was, going to visit family, allowing Chris to work out whatever issues he was dealing with, sacrificing everything to save her marriage, willing to fight, hoping to be missed, only to be disappointed with the ultimate betrayal. Prison politics is something all inmates become a part of. Inmates serving long sentences begin to adjust to everything that goes on inside. An inmate will have a say or a voice because prison becomes home. They live there for a long period of time and will be active in prison politics. Chris Watts is not safe. He is in danger every day. I'm betting there are a lot of pissed off inmates who have their daily routines altered just so corrections officers can transport inmate Watts about the prison. If Chris isn't getting all that fan mail, I don't think he would be with us today. Many inmates who go to prison for the first time and don't have a release date or parole eligibility have a hard time coming to terms with the harsh reality of never being free again, waking up in the middle of the night staring at those brick blocks, the sound of keychains as the guards make their rounds. Alone with my thoughts, I had a hard time with that, and I knew I was getting out one day. I can only imagine how inmate Watts is dealing with his new reality. Inmates turn to God as a coping mechanism. When the time starts doing an inmate, it gets rough on his or her mental health. Paranoia sets in, thinking everyone wants to put a shank in them. The demons take over and an inmate will begin talking to himself. Other inmates and COs will take notice and get the shrink involved, but there is only so much they can do. And one day, that inmate won't be standing for head count. I've heard all the stories when I was at Dodge. The old heads like to talk about all the incidents that they witnessed over the years. If Chris survives and grows old in prison, he will tell his stories to the young inmates coming in. Maybe one day he will tell us what really happened that night. Maybe one day he'll reveal his accomplice and talk about the time he had a good job, a beautiful house, as a free man, with a family that loved him.
Oh, Brittany, come join us. When you move to Texas, you gotta. Hold on, Cece. Cece, like, trust falls all the time.
Prison sucks. Yes, I know it isn't supposed to be a pleasant experience. I state the obvious as a reminder, a warning to those that have never been there. Don't go there. Think before you act. Never allow an emotion or a split-second decision earn you a trip there. That's all it takes. Don't break the law and you'll be fine. That's easier said than done in some circumstances and environments. Inmates adapt in prison, but even after an inmate adapts, the everyday routine and politics get to you. Chris is a master at blending into the background, appearing to be nothing more than a typical quiet and awkward so-called man. The same way he shied away from the camera with Shanann, he will do the same in prison, in an attempt to survive. His crimes weren't spur of the moment, and Chris will have to live in fear for the rest of his days. I know it's been 7 years, but let's go back to August 12th of 2018 in Frederick, Colorado. And Chris is still a suburban husband at a birthday party with his 2 daughters. Shanann Watts is hundreds of miles away in Arizona, wrapping up a weekend business trip with her Thrive team. To the outside world, it's just another Sunday, but for Shanann, this weekend has been different. The cracks in her marriage have begun to split wide open. She's 34 years old, a mother of 2 little girls, Bella age 4 and Celeste just 3. She's also 15 weeks pregnant with a son she and her husband have already named Nico. Shanann Watts was a woman who wanted to share her life with the world. Her social media told the story of a perfect family, an attentive husband, vacations, birthday parties, and moments of everyday joy. But behind the photos, behind the posts, and Instagram updates was a woman carrying the weight of responsibility. When she feels something is wrong, she doesn't keep it to herself. But Chris, her husband of 8 years, is different. Quiet, reserved, someone who doesn't thrive on attention the way Shanann did. She had faith in opposites attracting and thought that balance worked. She was outgoing and he was reserved. She was the talker and he was the listener. The perfect match. Shanann felt unstoppable. But as we know now, appearances can hold deeper cracks. Humans cheat. It happens. I don't condone it, just like I don't condone breaking the law, but it happens. After being together for 8 years, you think you know someone. Cheat, your wife is gonna know something's up. Shanann wasn't imagining things, nor was she being paranoid. After 12 years, you can feel the shift. Chris had been losing weight, working out more, suddenly paying attention to his appearance. To friends, it looked like he was just getting healthier. But to Shanann, it felt like he was slipping away. Her text to friends painted a picture of a woman trying to hold her family together. She told him she felt Chris no longer wanted the baby, no longer wanted her. She felt his kisses felt forced, and his hugs were half-hearted. Shanann knew that something was very wrong, and she was right. Now, as Shanann prepares to fly back to Colorado late on August 12th, she's exhausted. The Thrive trip has been successful. She's built connections, shared her passion, but emotionally she's drained. The weekend wasn't just about business. It was also about distraction. While she was gone, she continued texting Chris, trying to get through to him. She tried to bridge the gap, to understand why the man who once adored her now seemed like a stranger. She didn't know that while she was away, Chris had been with another woman. He was having an affair with a co-worker, as we already know, Nicole Kessinger. To Chris, this relationship felt like a new beginning. To Shanann, it was the reason behind every cold shoulder and every unanswered message. Her friend Nicole Atkinson, also on the Arizona trip, is making sure Shanann gets home safe. Nicole has seen Shanann struggle these past weeks, has listened to her fears. Friends like Nicole were Shanann's lifeline, people she could text at all hours when the silence from Chris became unbearable. The flight is delayed, running late into the night. Shanann is tired, nauseous from pregnancy, and emotionally now. Still, she pushes through, because that's who she is. On August 13th, Shanann's flight finally lands. In Denver, she gathers her things, probably moving slowly, weighed down by more than just her carry-on bags. Nicole is there to drive her home. Pregnant with a third child, Shanann is feeling off. They chat softly on the ride back, the dark highway stretching out ahead of them. Nicole notices Shanann isn't herself. She's quiet, withdrawn, but Shanann is also determined. She's coming home ready to face Chris, to talk, to work things out, one way or the other. By the time they pull into Shanann's driveway in Frederick, it's 1:48 a.m. The house is dark, the kids are assumed to be asleep, and Chris awaits her inside. Shanann thanks Nicole, hauls her suitcase up the walk, and disappears into the house. It's the last time anyone other than Chris Watts will ever see her alive. I always said, hug your loved ones every chance you get. We aren't guaranteed another wake-up. The ring footage of Shanann walking up to her door is very haunting. Atkinson waiting for Shanann to walk into what she assumed was a safe home. Shanann wasn't walking into a crime scene. She was walking into her own home, into the space she built for her family. She believed that house represented safety, love, and stability. But for Chris, it had become a cage, a reminder of a life he no longer wanted. And within just a few short hours, everything would unravel. I remember the ride from Waukesha County Jail to Dodge. I landed on a cold November morning. It was a depressing, gray, cold morning for me. You see, in Wisconsin, the wind cuts through you with a chill that seems to seep into your bones. It was just over an hour's drive. I remember thinking, damn, I'm really going to prison, as I reflected on my poor decisions. I also knew that at some point I'd get released, and that's what kept me going from day to day. I didn't know what to expect when I got there. For Chris, this is the last stop. He's still pretty young, too. 5 life terms. That's a long time. He isn't going anywhere. I bring this up because our last moments of freedom are always surreal. For Chris, they come after a quiet sentencing hearing in November of 2018. He pled guilty to the murders of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and unborn baby Nico, and received 5 life sentences without parole. There would be no appeal, no hope, no return. Chris was calm, detached, like a robot. I know Chris goes back to that day, the day he decided to end not just his family's life, but his own. When Chris gets to Dodge, the van arrives at the gates. Guards escort Chris through the layers of fences, security cameras, and electronically locked gates. The clang of steel doors and the buzz of electric locks is the first soundtrack of his prison life. Every new inmate goes through an exacting, dehumanizing process. A strip search. New threads, fingerprints, photographs. Smile, inmate. Full medical screening, mental health evaluation, questioning about previous convictions. In Chris's case, that would be none. Affiliations and threats. Chris is assigned a number. No longer Chris Watts, husband, father, suburban worker, making a decent living. Now he gets to work for pennies on the dollar. He is now inmate number 674796. Collection of digits that symbolize everything he has lost: identity, control, and freedom. It's a terrible feeling, a constant reminder of the little things that, as free members of society, we take for granted. Chris was stripped of personal effects, left with only a thin jumpsuit, socks, and the memories of his old life. The guards explained the rules: when to eat, where to stand, when to sleep, when to speak. Everything is regimented. Everything is controlled. Every second of the day will now belong to the institution. Psychologists note that intake is deliberately disorienting by forcing new inmates to confront loss, vulnerability, and the absence of privacy. Prisons condition them to survive under strict control. For Chris, who once made every choice for himself, this is the first real taste of absolute powerlessness. Once processed, he is escorted to his cell. For safety reasons, he is likely placed in protected custody, a small, solitary-like cell to shield him from the general population. Dodge Correctional Institution houses inmates who have committed crimes against children in isolation for obvious reasons. Inmates with that reputation rarely survive in general population without severe violence. The cell is cold. A steel bed with a thin mattress, a small stainless steel toilet and sink, 4 walls painted in neutral beige, but the color does nothing to warm the space. One small window, barred, letting in only slivers of light. The silence is deafening. Beyond the steel door, distant voices echo, guards calling orders, the slam of the other doors, the occasional yell, but inside Chris is utterly alone. Inside the Watts home, Shanann likely slipped quietly into her bedroom, but Chris was awake. He later claimed they argued immediately about the baby, about their marriage, about the future. We know what followed. Though the details remain chilling, Chris strangled Shanann in their bed. She was 15 weeks pregnant. He later tried to claim it was sudden, a fit of anger, but we all know it was premeditated. He said it himself. He knew it would be the last time he tucked his babies in. All that sudden fit of anger is bullshit. Just like the whole, he saw Shanann hurting the girls, so that's why he unalived Shanann. All bull. When investigators found out that Chris was in another relationship with another woman, they knew it was premeditated. He had prepared his truck earlier that night to dispose of the bodies. And as horrific as this is, what came next may be even worse. Bella and Celeste woke up. They saw their mother's body. Bella asked, "What's wrong with Mommy?" Chris told her Shanann was sick. Then he loaded her into his work truck, with the girls in the back seat, driving them alive for nearly an hour to an oil field where he ended their lives too. This is where Chris Watts' crimes defies easy explanation. Many family annihilators unalive quickly, removing their children in the same moment as their spouse. Chris did not. He drove his daughters alive with their mother's body. That deliberate cruelty reveals a cold, compartmentalized mind. By late morning, Shanann's absence set off alarms. She had a doctor's appointment to check on her pregnancy. When she didn't show and didn't answer calls, her friend Nicole knew something was wrong. Nicole went to the Watts home. Shanann's car was still there, but no one answered the door. Panic rising, she called police. Officers arrived for a welfare check. Chris showed up too, calm but strongly detached. He told police Shanann had gone to a play date with the kids. But his story didn't make sense. Why would she leave without her phone, without her medication? Neighbors noticed his odd behavior. Security footage showed him backing his truck into the driveway that morning. A suspicious move. The pieces weren't adding up. Even Nate noticed his truck never in the driveway before that day. So this is the point we know Chris loses control of the narrative and starts to panic. We all seen it unfold at neighbor Nate's house while going over the security cam footage. His rehearsed explanations didn't fit the reality of a missing pregnant woman and 2 children, and investigators knew it. On the surface, Chris Watts was a quiet family man, a father of 2 young girls, a husband to Shanann, and someone who blended into suburban Colorado life without drawing much attention. But the facade shattered when he met Nicole Kessinger. Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger crossed paths in 2018 while working for Anadarko Petroleum, an oil and gas company in Colorado. Nicole worked in environmental safety, and Chris was an operator. Their paths crossed casually in the workplace, but Nicole later claimed she barely noticed him at first. That all changed in June of 2018. Chris and Shanann had been married since 2012, but Shanann had taken the girls to North Carolina for a 6-week summer trip. This left Chris alone and vulnerable. During that time, Chris and Nicole's flirtations began. It wasn't long before a workplace acquaintance turned into something more. By the end of June, they were dating. Nicole told investigators later that Chris claimed he was in the process of separating from Shanann. He said the marriage was essentially over. Nicole believed him, but lurked in their Facebook page. Behind closed doors, Shanann was still sending Chris love texts, planning their future and trying to hold their marriage together. By July of 2018, Chris was living a double life. To his wife and kids, he was the father waiting for them to come back home. To Nicole, he was the man ready to start fresh, leaving his marriage behind. Nicole and Chris's relationship escalated quickly. They went on dates, spent nights together, they shared intimate moments. Nicole even searched online for wedding dresses just weeks before Shanann and the girls were unalived. So, why did Chris Watts unalive his family? Criminologists and psychologists point to his desire for a new life, with Nicole as a major factor. Chris seemed to want a clean slate. He wanted freedom. During police interrogations, Chris admitted he was torn between his responsibilities to his family and his affair with Nicole. He described feeling trapped. Some believe Nicole was the catalyst, though, not the cause. Chris was ultimately the one who made the choice to unalive, but the fantasy of a new life with Nicole played heavily into his state of mind. In his prison interviews, Chris admitted that he felt like his life was better when Shanann and the girls were gone, because it allowed him to imagine a future with Nicole. That chilling confession revealed just how deeply entangled she was in his motive. There are also a lot of folks who allege Nicole Kessinger had a hand in the unalivings, or helped with the cleanup. So by August 14th, the case exploded into public view. News crews reported from outside the Watts home. Chris gave TV interviews pleading for his family to return. His words were shaky but hollow. Investigators brought him in for questioning. On August 15th, he took a polygraph test and failed. Confronted with evidence, he confessed partially, claiming Shanann killed the girls and he her in a rage. It was a desperate lie. On August 16th, the truth emerged. Police found Shanann buried in a shallow grave near Chris's work site. With Chris's help confirming things, Bella and Celeste were discovered inside the oil tanks. The sheer brutality shocked the nation. Chris was arrested, charged, and later pled guilty to all counts. He received multiple life sentences without parole. Shanann's last day, her exhaustion, her hope to mend her marriage, her devotion to her children, was stolen by the very person who was supposed to protect her. Her story is not just about tragedy, it's about resilience, vigilance, and the importance of friends like Nicole who refused to stay silent. It's also about the hidden dangers of manipulation and control, and how the picture-perfect image of a family can hide something darker. It's been 7 years and the case still holds a persistent public fascination. So inmate Watts has been buzzing all over the internet again. For those of you who aren't familiar with the case, Chris Watts did the unimaginable when he ended the lives of his pregnant wife and 3 babies in August of 2018. He was sentenced to 5 life terms and was transferred to a Wisconsin state prison for his own protection, leaving the public in shock as to the crimes committed and why he did it. 6 years, how time flies. In prison, it takes a little while to adapt. Those that have been in and out of prison all their lives can settle in well, but for a person to have never been in trouble with the law and have to face that new reality of never getting out, it can take its toll. These are usually the ones you hear about taking a swan dive off the top tier, or swinging from the neck. We all have our limits. It's in our human nature to stay alive and survive, and inmates find ways to trick the mind that things aren't so bad. Nighttime lock-ins are usually the hardest. That's when we lay down, alone with our thoughts. A family member we miss comes to mind. Our life as it was before our decision to commit the crimes that landed us in prison. All the good, happy memories sometimes flood in. And yes, it's nice to remember, but it's also a reminder of the tragedy and loss of liberty. Like I said, inmates have their good and bad days. Sometimes it's better to forget about what's gone forever. Prison is designed to torment, so that if given another chance, we don't reoffend, wishing we could go back and change things. Trying to block out your old life is easier said than done. Chris at this point is now institutionalized. His routine is all he knows and all he has. I'm betting that the memories of his family eat away at him every night, like an old dream in a past life. Chris seeks comfort in religion and hopes to find peace within. Has he found it? I don't think so. I recently bought a book titled The Cell Next Door by Dylan Tallman, a former inmate at the Dodge Correctional Institution who just so happened to be housed right next to inmate Watts. I listened to him talk about his experience on a live stream by Alex Erickson, and I found it very interesting that Chris Watts allowed Dylan to get close to him. It's hard to trust anyone in prison. As I said before, everything is worth something in prison. And Chris Watts has information, valued information.
Okay, so you make a phone call to him and you guys have a conversation.
Dylan getting placed right next to Chris Watts may have saved Chris's life. It gets lonely in there, especially wearing a jacket like Chris's. Even Dylan Tallman mentions how Chris was an outcast. Everyone needs someone, and Dylan came just in time. He states in his book that Unit 11 was a single cell unit for troubled inmates. Dylan Tallman was kept in a temporary lockup, TLU, and had been to 2 mental health facilities dealing with his circumstances. It's not easy when we are alone with our thoughts for too long. Inmates lose their shit. Only being out for a couple of months must have been rough, having to go back. Some folks aren't meant for parole. They call it life on the installment plan. And some inmates in violation prefer to finish out their time because they know parole and probation isn't going to work for them. For some, it's a hard time to drop clean, and others can't stay away from the gang life or other felons and weapons. Dylan states in his book, The Cell Next Door, I went from society to Dodge Correctional Institution in a matter of a month. They didn't even want to put me in general population yet due to my past and who I was, so they kept me in TLU, temporary lockup, which explains why Dylan was put in a special management unit on January 9th, 2020, Unit 11 at the Dodge Correctional Institute. He was housed in cell number 13, right next to inmate Watts, who was housed in 14. The two became friends and grew close. Becoming institutionalized in prison impacts an inmate's behavior and identity. Institutionalized refers to the process by which inmates adapt to the norms, values, and routines of the prison environment, to such an extent that they become dependent on it and struggle to function outside of its confines. The fear of other inmates is a pervasive issue that further complicates an individual's experience in prison, often leading to heightened anxiety, stress. I'm sure others have tried getting close to Chris, but he has every good reason to be sketchy. There are a lot of things that happen in prison that we might never hear about. Threats, what an inmate might do to his food, even an attack. It's not something the warden would want getting out if Chris got attacked. In fact, they would ask him not to make a big deal about it. By now, I'm sure Inmate Watts knows prison politics have a way of working itself out. As long as Chris's name keeps buzzing in the media, and he doesn't get on anyone's bad side, they should be able to keep him safe in a special management unit. My cell was a decent size. I had to lock in because we only came out of our cell in the morning on non-shower days for an hour. However, it was usually less because we would be let out late. At night, we were supposed to be let out from 6 to 7:30 p.m., an hour and a half. It was mid-afternoon when I set my Bible down and decided to knock on my wall to see who my neighbor next to me in cell 14 was. Yeah. Come to the electrical outlet on the wall. Can you hear me? Yeah. What's your name, bro? It's Chris. I'm Dylan. Dylan knew that they would be able to hear each other clear as day through the electrical outlets on the wall as they are connected to the same spot. We traded introductions. Chris explained who he was, and I elaborated some about my cases and my situation. He seemed like a very nice, normal guy and humble as ever. He told me that he had a life sentence, and I asked him why. He told me that he is accused of killing his family. I leaned off that subject, and we got to talking about where we were originally from. I am from Michigan, whereas he is from North Carolina. I could slightly notice that in his accent. What is your faith? Chris asked me. I am a believer in Christ. How about you? I asked. Same, he answered. I was relieved that he was not a Muslim, as I had this conversation before with a few people. Wasn't a fan of doing so and didn't want to again. You have a Bible? I asked. Absolutely, Chris replied, quickly and surely without hesitation. Let's perhaps study then. Are you busy? I asked. I asked this to challenge his spiritual knowledge because I was so well versed in the Word of God. I doubted he was anywhere near my level of knowledge of the Word. I was wrong. To my surprise, he matched me in biblical knowledge. We studied until 2-3 a.m. the day we met, and this became routine. We went to gym, we went to chapel, we ate, we went to the day room and used the phone. We studied the Word of God. I was in a rut mentally. I hated my miserable existence until I met Chris and got into our routine. I hardly wanted to go on anymore until I felt awakened again spiritually, and Chris had something to do with that. I finally had someone that was actually intelligent enough to talk to now, and I didn't have to be cuffed up before leaving my cell anymore. My sanity was returning as I conformed to A&E status. I was still not a convicted prisoner as of yet. Sometimes the right people enter our lives at the right moments. Was this God's doing? Maybe. I honestly thought Chris Watts would have ended his misery by now. Like I said, prison sucks, especially when you're facing 5 life sentences and have never been there. So Dylan explains how Chris Watts helped him get through some tough times. But he too helped Chris get through what was probably even tougher times for Chris. When I was at the Dodge Correctional, I did everything I could to help my time go by as comfortable and as fast as possible. I was the first one up in the mornings to volunteer for chow run. I was housed in the barracks after A&E. The barracks is a cakewalk compared to where Chris and Dylan were housed. We were in an open setting with bunk beds, positioned around tables and chairs, but we can lay in bed and watch TV right from where we laid. people still got down and met in the head to settle any differences or beefs. One guy would stand watch while inmates went head up. It was a cool area to do your time if you weren't the fish wearing a jacket like inmate Watts. Most of the inmates housed in the barracks were just waiting to get transferred to their next institution. I knew that inmates housed at Dodge were max status and most likely leaving in a body bag. COs would sometimes ask for volunteers to go spend time with inmates with terminal illnesses, read them a book, or just talk to them about how they're feeling. I thought about those inmates a lot and how lonely it would feel to have to take your last breath at that place. This is something Chris has to look forward to one day. Life in prison gets lonely when you don't have a woman to talk to and keep you company. The woman in my life had fallen off already, 9 months into my bid. Every day, Chris would get a gang of letters. The correctional officer would do his mail round around the cell hall and have a load of mail. He would stop at cell 14 and deliver all of the stack to Chris. He would say sorry as he passed my cell empty-handed. Honestly, it would piss me off. Nobody gave a damn about me except my mom, my cousin Bree, and my Aunt Joy. He had a lot of fangirls and his girlfriend Anna. He also had his parents. I didn't have as strong of a support system as I do now. That partially has to do with where I was at in life. I didn't get mail again today, so let me live my life through you, I said to Chris. Chris would read his fan mail to me every day. Occasionally there would be hate mail. It was not until a few weeks into his routine that Chris decided to give me one of his fangirl letters. It was one night when we were talking that he told me that he had a girl for me to write to. "Nah, man, I don't want any of your groupies," I told him. "Well, this one is probably the one for you," he said. "If she is a good one, then why are you giving her to me?" I questioned. "Because the Lord told me to give her letter to you," he explained. He never wrote to her, and instead of throwing her fan letter in the trash, he decided that perhaps I would give her a shot. So I did. Her name was Chrissy. She was 42. She sent a picture and appeared to be short, pretty, and perhaps Italian. In her letter, she wrote to Chris, she presents that people deserve forgiveness and how she doesn't judge. She claimed to have lupus like his wife did and also claimed to be a licensed clinical psychologist. Chris was not trying to hear any of it and gave me the letter. He said it was from God. However, later I would learn that it was truly from Satan. I wrote her a letter saying that I was writing her because Chris gets so many letters similar to hers. However, her letter stuck out, and with him and I being close, he entrusted me with it. I explained who I am and what kind of man I am. I held no punches. I was 100% with her. She loved my letter, or so I thought. However, she responded to me saying Chris's name 7 times and my name only twice. Did you know that people sell letters, phone numbers, and addresses in prison? Yeah, you can buy yourself a pen pal in the joint. That's why in an older video, I warned about writing inmates that you don't know in prison, because you never know where your info will end up. Chris wanted Dylan to have someone to write on the outside, knowing how much that alone has helped him get through his own time. Chris and I began making plans for when we got out of prison. Now we needed to get him out of prison. We began to go over his case and the facts of his case. I knew the law very well by being a convict my entire life, so I was going to try to help him. "Brother, what the hell happened that day you were being accused of all this?" "I can't remember a lot." He then sighed and added, "It wasn't my hand." "Well, just tell me what you remember," I asked him. He seemed to be racking his brain. "I was having an affair with this girl, and I ended up in love with 2 women at the same time," Chris explains. "So this has to do with what happened?" I asked. "It was what led up to what happened," he informed me. "So tell me about the mistress," I asked. "She is of evil spirits like Jezebel," he confessed. "Let's just call her Jezebel then," I suggested. "That suits her," he agreed. We laughed a little at this. He wasn't going to open up more on the actual incident, so I tried something that would be a little more comfortable for him. Plus, he was becoming cool and I didn't really want to spoil my opinion of his character just yet. However, I don't think I would have judged him because I had been around some inmates convicted of worse crimes, believe it or not. What made Jezebel so evil? I asked. Proverbs 7:26 and Proverbs 7:27, Chris answered. And that was as far as we got on the case that night. Proverbs 26:27. For she has cast down many wounded, and all who were slain by her were strong men. Her house is the way to hell, descending to the chambers of death. I'm betting it was at this moment Dylan was treading lightly about giving Chris false hope. Prison tends to reveal one's true self to others. Although Chris may have been truthful about his description of his mistress, he also reveals himself a liar. If he were in love with two women, how could he allow himself or anyone else to take the life of one of them? How does he explain the loss of his babies? It just doesn't make sense. Dylan says, after reading the passages he provided me that night, I had the idea that he was trying to tell me his mistress had something to do with the case. A lot of channels have been reviewing Dylan Tallman's book, and whenever I can get a unique perspective about a case or offender, I do. And Dylan Tallman's book definitely brings that to us. I find it a great read, and I touched on a few points in the first book. So I recommend picking it up because there's so much more to read, and you should buy it. Chris Watts is a lifer. He isn't going anywhere. There will be other inmates who will get placed in a cell next door to him. Dylan Tallman will be a free man one day and write more books, go on with his life. Chris's nightmare will continue. There will come a point in time where Chris will no longer allow himself to make friends. He will come to realize that it's easier that way for him. It can't be easy watching inmates come and go. What's the point in making friends? I'll leave you with the poem. In the corridors of endless time, I paced the path, a lifelong climb. Faces come and faces go, a transient tide, a fleeting show. I watched them enter, fresh with dread, their hopes like flickers quickly shed, and one by one they find release. While I remain, my chains increase. In this revolving door of pain, connections feel like links and chain. I grow attached to bond, to care, is to invite a deeper snare. I see the spark in eyes newborn, the rise, the fall, the quiet mourn. For bonds in here they cut too deep, a wound in which old ghosts still weep. So I withdraw, a silent ghost, a shadow who avoids the most. For fear is now my constant friend, afraid to break, afraid to bend. Each fleeting friendship leaves a scar, reminds me of how trapped we are. The walls, the bars, the locked embrace reflect the solitude I face. Yet in this cold a truth persists, in solitary the heart resists. For hope, though dim, can I still ignite a glimmer in the darkest night. And so I guard my fragile soul, afraid to fill, afraid to hold, watching inmates come and go in this life where time runs slow.
weather. It's absolutely beautiful, like so beautiful here. Really excited and having so much fun. And Nikki just hit 12K. She just earned her car bonus. How exciting is it, Nikki? So exciting that I can't talk. Cadillac, Lexus, BMW, Mercedes, and an Audi. So she has a lot of choices. We've been test driving already. We went to the Lexus dealership. We got the Tesla dealership we got to go to. And so maybe the Audi dealership. So, all right, everybody. Bye.
Inmates will try to forget about the outside world when they know they will never see the light of day. I know people that have been down since the 90s, and sometimes wonder how they're doing. I run into relatives of incarcerated individuals that I once called a friend or a brother 25 years ago, who are still down. Then life overwhelms us as it goes on, and we forget that they exist after a while. It's a sad but true reality. Inmates have their good and bad days, as good as it can get under the circumstances. Nobody can ever really be happy in prison, right? I've actually met inmates who were very content with being incarcerated, institutionalized, and down for 20 with 20 to go. I suppose one can find peace on the inside. Everyone is different with different upbringings. If life in the free world was filled with pain and hurt already, then prison might not be so bad in comparison. Chris had a beautiful family, a good job, and a nice home. I was in the Dodge Correctional Institution, still on a PO hold. Wisconsin parole and probation were holding me in a prison, though I was not yet sentenced to prison. They had me right where they wanted me. It was a terrible feeling to be in that situation. I was currently working on a book series with Chris. It was our God's Plan series. We had created a series of spiritual books. Chris and I had an outlet where we could vent through scripture, saying things that are not revealed, and interpreting the Word of God. Chris and I were making progress working on our cases. In my case, possession with intent. The police never field tested what they identified as equity. In his case, things were very complicated. He had confessed 3 different times, in 3 different ways. However, the trauma from the tragedy brought him fear just to talk about it. We were slowly progressing in everything we did. 1, spiritually. 2, our workouts. 3, our cases. 4, knowledge. 5, wisdom. 6, understanding. Utilizing our time by staying productive while imprisoned was actually a good use of time. Chris and I just had a conversation about his case, and things were dicey. Over 50% of inmates are convicted, and the courts do not have 75% of the facts of their cases. Nowadays, 90% of criminal convictions are resolved by plea deals. Chris took a plea deal, and only a few months after his arrest. Usually these types of cases take years to resolve, especially when an entire family has been taken. Proverbs 25:2. It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter. We delved deeper into his case and made progress. Chris was beginning to open up to me about everything. On this particular day, we were discussing his case. I was looking for grounds for an appeal. So you're saying you took a plea deal before having a preliminary hearing? I asked. Yes, Chris replied. Are you sure you didn't waive your rights to a preliminary hearing? I asked. What do you mean? Chris asked. Did you sign something saying you don't want a preliminary hearing? I asked. I don't think so, he managed. Why did you sign a plea deal to the maximum punishment? I questioned. Colorado had the death penalty, and they told me if I didn't take the plea, they would give me the death sentence, he told me. That's basically a threat. Sign here or die, I replied. It felt like it, he said. I don't think you can do that, bro, I told Chris. I leafed through the Black's Law Dictionary and found change of venue. Bro, this says if your case has a lot of publicity, you can hear your case somewhere else. In your case, perhaps another country, I laughed. Or another planet, he laughed and returned. At least he could find humor in his nearly hopeless situation. My attorney told me to file ineffective assistance of counsel on him, he said. So basically he told you that he didn't assist you in your best possible defense as required by law? Also, it took these types of cases a couple of years to resolve. Yours only took a few months. That's not normal or even heard of, I told him. If I go back to court on appeal, they will transfer me back to Colorado, and inmates and people there want to kill me, which is why they sent me here, he explained. I am just not looking forward to reliving all this. It was the worst thing I have ever experienced, he said. I know, but do it for your parents. They love you and it would mean the world to your mom, I said. Yeah, it would. But these phone calls are recorded and I said too much over these phone calls, he admitted. You also had 3 different ways you said you did it, I exclaimed. Because I confessed, how will I come back from that? Chris asked. They threatened your life and got you. No, wait, bullied you into a guilty plea. You were an easy target. The husband, they needed this case under wraps for some reason, I conveyed. There was an election coming up, I think, he said. Now we can go over these circuit court trial errors all day, but it will come down to you fighting your cases again if you get your sentence overturned. You will be back on trial, I said. Then the truth will have to come out. I don't want to cause my wife's family any more grief, Chris said. What about your family and their constant grief? I pointed out. All you can do from here is redeem yourself because you confessed to your wife and kids in cold blood, I said. I didn't them in cold blood, Chris replied, slightly defensively. My wife came home and she knew I was having an affair. We got into a fight. She attacked me. I was simply defending myself. And then my daughter, she... Standing count, the sergeant announced, interrupting our conversation. After she did her round, we continued our conversation. Afterward, I talked to Jezebel. I panicked, so I confided in her, and she said she would help me, he said. My wife medicated her heavily that night because she kept crying. After I killed my wife by choking her to death because she had a knife, something in me just died. It was an accident. I loved her with all my heart, and still do. I just want to honor her memory and not ruin her memory. People want the truth, but I don't owe it to anyone. It's my family that I lost, and it's me serving life in prison. What else do I owe? Chris asked. You owe yourself a fair chance. Redemption at that. The truth shall set you free, bro. The ball's in your court. Only you can appeal your case. Only you can put truth out there, and only God can judge you, I explained. When they tell me to put my hand on the Bible and swear, I'm going to open it to where Jesus forbids oath. Chris laughed. Well, I'm not sure how that'll fly, but I'd love to see the reaction in the courtroom, I said. Anyway, I told my mistress what had happened, and she told me how to hide my wife's body. She said to bring the girls with. I was just on autopilot, like in shock. So I grabbed my younger daughter out of bed. She was asleep. My older daughter was awake and asking about her mom. I told her that she was in a deep sleep and Daddy was going to get her some help and wake up. Before we left, I had to check in with Mr. Tallman, you have a pass to CPSU. the sergeant announced. I was going to see my clinical psychologist. We'll finish this conversation when I get back, all right? I suggested. Yeah, sure, Chris replied. I have heard a lot about people's cases directly from them. This case was different from the rest. I have a discerning spirit and I was able to tell that he wouldn't fly in cold blood. However, what I know so far is that he killed his wife, but not intentionally. Next, I was going to find out exactly what happened to the girls. Until next time, Dylan Tallman. Chris is very lucky he didn't commit these heinous crimes in states like Florida or Texas. Yeah, he's in prison for the rest of his days. At least he isn't stressing about his state like inmates on death row for less than what inmate Watts has done. Death row inmates are housed in a whole different building and are locked in most of the day, counting the days. The government won't take you out right away. They want you to adapt to prison life and get used to your daily routines. There does come a point when inmates get comfortable and begin to find a little purpose in prison life, finding things to look forward to. That is when the governor will issue that death warrant and hand down your death date, right when you think this ain't so bad and done got used to things, so you can anticipate and worry about your final moments on earth. Death row prisoners are typically incarcerated in solitary confinement, subject to more deprivation and harsher conditions than other prisoners. As a result, many experience declining mental health. Counting down the days, Ted Bundy was on death row and was terrified and thought he could manipulate a stay by offering to tell the FBI about more victims, even willing to tell them where they were located in hopes to get more time on Earth. Bundy was too much of a puss, though. His last victim was 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, kidnapping her by her school in Lake City, Florida, on February 9th, 1978. Kimberly was going to meet a friend and head to class together. 2 months later, her body was found 35 miles away in Suwannee River State Park. Go figure. The man that had no remorse for well over 30 victims was afraid to die. Walking down the extremely long corridor of Dodge Correctional Institution, I thought about what the brother had just told me. How could he just sit on such information? How could he be so complacent in his situation? He was sentenced to life in prison. He was never going home. I couldn't relate, but if it was me, I would be trying to get some type of fighting chance. The thought of spending life behind bars was just crazy because I had spent my whole life behind bars thus far. My entire time that I was incarcerated, all I did was look forward to going home. My end goal was to be released, and that's what motivated me. If I had no release date, then I would have nothing to look forward to, and nothing to motivate me. It was both unsettling and admirable to think of what was motivating Chris. My clinical psychologist was beautiful, so it was hard to open up to her. Also, there has only been one or maybe two clinicians who have actually helped me, and it wasn't this one. But more recent, my court had been delayed once again because of COVID-19. I was stuck in this non-prisoner status longer, where I didn't have any of the privileges that other inmates had, but I had all the same bullshit rules to follow. Figures. I would be stuck in Dodge, so I was going to continue to make the best of it and finish the book project Chris and I had started. Perhaps we could both get back in court on appeal as well. It would be a lot of work. It would be a task more difficult than others, but not exactly impossible. The chapel was packed on this particular night, and we had 2 guest speakers. Our choir was really good. The choir was made up of Dodge inmates. This guy Fletcher was blind, bald-headed and black. He was the lead singer, and his voice was shockingly great. Chris and I sat in the back corner row. Jesus scorned the Pharisees and the scribe for always sitting in the best seats, for wearing the best robes, etc. We chose the humble road. Our minister, Chaplain Waketon, was once an inmate in a Texas prison for 7 years. I could relate to his past. His transformation was very admirable. The first speaker was a tall, skinny black guy. He was at the door greeting people as they were coming in. It was getting packed. That was when I spotted someone I knew from the streets. He was an enemy. We were on SOS, smash on sight terms. He looked over at me and began walking in my direction. I stood up and began walking toward him to show him that I was BTA, about that action too. We stood there face to face. "You want to do this right here?" I challenged him. "This is the only place I'm going to give you a pass in. You're lucky we're in the house of God." I felt a hand on my shoulder pulling me back. It was Chris. "Come on, go sit down," Chris said, as he stepped between us and directed my enemy in the opposite direction. We sat down and listened to the choir singing. I wrote it in red. Chris handed me a Bible and had it open to Ecclesiastes and pointed to chapter 7, verse 9. "Do not hasten your spirit to be angry, for anger rests in the bosom of fools." I nodded my head to assure him that I received and understood the message. "Who was that?" Chris asked me. "An old friend," I told him. The choir finished. Then the guest speaker gave a powerful sermon, and it hit me a little differently than usual. Some preachers' sermons are too dry for my taste, where I cannot relate. This guy, however, seemed to speak to me. The service was over and the COs were calling us unit by unit. My enemy was lucky that he was on one of the far units because he had our word and robbed one of my homegirls. In the stark, oppressive environment of prison, where every day is a challenge, loyalty takes a profound significance. Inmates stripped of their freedom and thrust into a world where trust is rare and danger is omnipresent, often forms bonds of loyalty that can be complex as they are intense. These relationships, forged in the crucible of incarceration, can define an inmate's experience behind bars, influencing their actions, their chances of survival, and even their future outside prison walls. Loyalty in prison is not just about camaraderie or friendship. It is often a matter of life and death. Within the rigid social structure of prison, loyalty can mean protection, a sense of belonging, and a shield against the ever-present threat of violence. But it can also lead to entanglement and dangerous activities, force individuals into compromising situations, and place them at odds with the very system that holds them. The prison environment, with its unwritten rules and power dynamics, creates a unique setting where loyalty is both demanded and tested, which is one of the reasons why I'm surprised inmate Watts allowed Dylan to get close to him. Chris's experience taught him that loyalty can serve as currency for survival, but it can also mean that trusting the wrong one can lead to definite unaliving. However, loyalty in this context is not always straightforward. It can be driven by genuine emotional bonds, but just as often it is motivated by self-interest, fear, or coercion. The lines between loyalty, manipulation, and self-preservation are frequently blurred, creating a moral and ethical quagmire for those who must navigate this treacherous terrain. In prison, there's a psychological and emotional need that drives individuals to form these bonds. The need for belonging, the fear of isolation, and the constant threat of violence all contribute to the formation of loyalties that may not align with an inmate's personal values or long-term goals. The emotional weight of loyalty can be overwhelming, with inmates often forced to choose between their survival and their integrity. After Chris and I returned from service, we were talking about end-of-time prophecies. We often spoke of life after death and what it would be like being free from bondage. Chris knew that he was never going home. However, his spirit was free. He refused to allow his surroundings to define him. I, on the other hand, struggled somewhat with being caged in. I felt my incarceration. I hated it, and I still do now. "How are you so humble with having life in prison?" I asked. He sighed and said, "Because God has me right where he wants me. Perhaps I can help the people in here. If you win on your appeal, you can help many people. A lot of these guys in here have all the help they need. Your mom and dad are doing this time with you. I have put the gray in my mother's hair. If you don't do it for you, then do it for your family," I told him. "Oh, I'm going to fight." My family's still looking for an attorney. They cost so much. One wanted 100,000 and others wanted even more, he said. Perhaps our books will gross enough money. Then we could lock in with a good lawyer, I said. That money is all you. I just want people to believe in Jesus Christ, he said. I'll just put your cut toward whatever you tell me to. However, we don't have this thing fully finished yet, I sighed. I was an author of one book so far, and I promised Chris I would get us published. We were continuing to work on a book series called God's Plan. I think we will be done once you are released, he suggested through the electrical outlet. So we work on it until then, I asked, or until they move one of us. I will stay here until they move you, or until you go home, he said. You know, I really don't like writing, I admitted to him. Why do you write then, he asked me. Because I have to. I have been locked up my whole life. I didn't go to college. I didn't have a career, a 401, a house or kids. I've never even had the chance to file taxes. I looked down at the concrete floor and shook my head. This is all I have, so I can't fail at writing. It's this or the old life. I either sell books or I sell drugs, I admitted.
Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Ooh, ooh. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Ooh, ooh. Huh? I see a picture. Say cheese. Aw, say here we go.
Careful the corner of the wall. She's biting your shirt.
Chris lives in a box now and reads his Bible. Inmate Watts, in my opinion, will forever live in regret. He will adapt to prison life like everyone else, but he will always live in fear. Inmates will never accept what he did to his family, and it's just a matter of time. The sergeant was running the phones early. This meant that she didn't have an officer to run the day room. People would sit and dial, so the phone didn't even make it to me. I was pissed. I just wanted the day to end. I was having an off day. The conversation Chris and I had was weighing heavily on me. How was he able to cope so well with everything that had happened? Why didn't he trick on Nicole? Was it out of fear, righteousness? Was it maybe because he knew he was screwed anyway, so why take her down with him? I had so many questions, but I was reluctant to know the part about his daughters. Did he kill them? Did she kill them? Was it someone else? How would I feel about him if I knew? Would I judge the man? I knocked on the wall and called Chris to the electrical outlet on the wall from the cell next door. I have to know and I will not judge. Did you kill the girls, yes or no? I asked hesitantly. He went silent. The silence was thick in the air. It was deafening silence. I should have cast myself in that grave that was dug for them. I decided to ask him the same question, but from a different angle. Did you help with the girls? I probed. He took a long, deep breath and seemed to hold it. Yes, I did. He admitted to me. Jezebel, I asked. Yes, Chris answered. I knew it. Inmate Watts implicating his old mistress is a bit suspicious. He could be telling the truth, but why now? The recreation yard at Dodge Correctional Institution was very large. It was a big gravel track to run around. 3.5 times equals 1 mile. There is a baseball field and 3 basketball courts. There are also pull-up bars and some dip bars. Chris and I were both walking around the track. He was far ahead of me while I was talking to some people on our unit. It was hot outside, so most of us had our shirts off. I jogged ahead to catch up with Chris and noticed something was off with him. Most people couldn't read Chris the way I could. He was so level no matter what. However, spending 17 or more hours each day talking with him really helped me learn to understand him. You good, bro? I asked Chris and was walking beside him. His face was flushed and he continued to look down while clenching his jaw tightly. It's nothing really, he replied nonchalantly. What happened? I asked, knowing he was holding something back. Just some guy yelled some stuff out of a window, he finally admitted, and looked over at the window behind us. What did he say? I asked. Insistently. He called me a daddy, he told me. I never heard that name before that day, so it took me a minute before it clicked with me. Those windows that are opened when we walk around the bend? I asked, pointing at the windows we would walk past after walking around the track. I noticed there were a flock of birds going past. I began to wish I was a bird so I could fly out of Dodge. As we passed the pull-up bars and dip bars, I told Chris to remain silent because I would take care of this. You want to yell that stuff again? I challenged the guy that had yelled those words to Chris. He stepped inside the window and hid beside it. It was pathetic. When I catch you in the hallway, I'm breaking your nose, I promise. I looked over at Chris and we continued around the track. See, that's how it's done, I said. He just looked at me with raised eyebrows. Geez, man, was all he managed to say at the moment. Chris was in prison for the long haul. He was going to have to learn how to handle these situations, even more so than other inmates because of the attention attached to his name. After we went around the track without any disturbances, the guard came over the loudspeaker and announced that rec was over. We were on the far end of the track, so we had to cut across the field to reach the gate quicker to go back inside. We walked slowly because our 40 minutes or less was precious to us. On the way inside, this old short, bald-headed CO told me to tuck my shirt in. I decided I wasn't going to do it, so he kept yelling that order as we walked further away from him, towards our unit. As we entered Unit 11, I was again told to tuck my shirt in, and again I refused. We were headed to our cells anyways. Dodge was so petty. Who tucks their t-shirt into some short-ass shorts? I went into my cell next to Chris. There was nothing but a cot and a mattress, a pile of books and a stack of paperwork. I had some canteen and a little bit of clothes that Chris had given to me. It really sucked living the way I had to because of my non-prisoner status. I heard a light tapping on the wall coming from the cell next door, so I grabbed my chair and posted it by the electrical outlet on the wall. This outlet was connected to his outlet on his wall adjacent cell. The walls were damp from the humidity. I appreciate you telling this guy off for me, Chris thanked me. What he said was highly disrespectful, so no problem, I replied. What if we do see that guy again? He asked me. Then I will do like Jesus would do, I replied. And what would Jesus do? Chris asked, almost expecting my next response. He would slap him on the cheek and put his nose on the other cheek, I confirmed. I'm certain Jesus said that a different way, he laughed. Well, that's how I interpreted it. As it was written, let it be done, I promised. You know, I thought all that stuff was in the past until that guy yelled that stuff. I remember my first 40 days in Dodge, I was all over the news. They had to move me into a back cell hall that kept me separate from everyone, he explained. Well, you graduated to the big hallway, and as long as I'm here, you're straight. You'll have a-holes, but some solid people will embrace you. A lot of bad characters will try to embrace you too, so it's better to stay to yourself sometimes, I informed him. I have a question, sort of off topic. What was it like being a dad? Because I don't have any kids, I asked. It's great, you know. It's the best thing. You go about life for them. You get to buy them gifts, see the look on their faces to bring them cheer. For something as simple as ice cream, being a dad is a big responsibility, a great accomplishment overall, he expounded. I wondered how he could kill them if he felt as he did. I know I never could, no matter how I felt about some woman. Yeah, perhaps one day I'll find that special someone that I can build a family with. Dylan is obviously taken a liking to Chris, and he wants to understand how someone so humble and likable could have done such a thing to his own flesh and blood, his family, his babies. The why is something we will never understand, yet Dylan seeks answers. Inmate Watts is uncomfortable with people probing. I'm not sure how Inmate Watts copes with what he has done and his new reality of prison life. I know as inmates do their time, they do adapt and begin to find some purpose in life. Family annihilators have been around for quite some time. I believe what sets the Watts case apart from others was the perception of a perfect life. Shanann Watts shared her life with the world, and we all got a glimpse of what seemed to be a happy household. But beware and pay attention. We don't always know the person we decide to share our lives with. We can love unconditionally and think we are loved as such, but then a weak man like Chris bottles up his feelings. Any man that can do something like this to his family doesn't deserve to breathe the same air or walk amongst us. Chris Watts was and always will be an opportunist, just like Grant D'Amato, who unalived his father, mother, and brother on January 24th of 2019 while attempting to stage it as a unaliving suicide, putting the gun in his brother's hand. Grant was addicted to a camgirl site and was stealing money from his family to access a model's webcam, paying her up to $200,000. His family made him seek therapy, and after a week of treatment, Grant came home and got into a big argument with his father when his dad found out that he was still in contact with the Bulgarian model, who went by the alias Sylvie. This argument was revealed to be the motive. Masak Damaz, an evangelical Christian, unalived his wife and 5 children at their home in Collier County, Florida in 2009 after his wife threatened to divorce him. Rachel David, a Mormon from Salt Lake City, pushed her children off of an 11th floor balcony, then jumping off herself 3 days after her husband took his life in 1978. Family annihilators are often motivated by extreme emotional distress, financial difficulties, mental illness, or domestic violence. Throughout history, there have been infamous familial cases across the world, often shocking communities due to their brutality and scale. They say that time heals. In that case, I should have been in top condition. However, my arms were killing me on the preacher curl bar. Chris and I were working biceps and triceps. I weighed 165 to his 207, but I was lifting everything he could. I was still strong from all the time I did in prison and lifting weights. A lot of other inmates just stood around looking confused. Most of the crew on our unit have never been to prison before and didn't know how to use the weights. They watched and observed how we used them, and then they would attempt to imitate us. There was a big window that separated the guards from us, but they could of course watch your every move. I was waiting for my turn on the universal pull-down bar when this guy walked up to me and got close. He was almost in my bubble, staring me down. You have about 2.3 seconds to get out of my face and tuck your belly in. Before approaching me, I said to this pot-belly looking biker dude. Suddenly, Chris was beside the guy. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this cord around your neck, Chris threatened him, referring to the pull-down bar hanging down loosely. The guy looked at both of us and walked away without saying a word. We scared him, bro, I nudged Chris. We both looked at each other and laughed. I didn't necessarily need his backup, but it was good in having the knowledge of him having my back. Dylan has been showing inmate Watts how to handle himself. Inmates must demand respect. If other inmates sense fear or know you won't do anything, then an inmate will most definitely be targeted. Some inmates aren't getting any help from the outside, so they look for potential victims, the weak, inmates who they can take advantage of. They will take from them and even extort them for whatever they can get. We finished our workout and walked back to our unit drenched in sweat. The walk back down the long hallway of Dodge to Unit 11 seemed like miles away. My body was solid, though it felt like jelly now. When we got back to our cells, Chris decided he was going to do push-ups. That meant I had to do push-ups too, or he would be the one who outdid me in the workout for the day. After our workout, Chris and I both separately worked on our books. We were writing it on our God's Plan series. So Dylan and Chris bonded through religion. I know it's hard to understand why anyone would want to be friends with someone like Chris, but humans need to socialize. It is a lonely place. People suffer in prison, as they should. It's not meant to be a fun place. When inmates are dealing with the stresses of the same routine day in, day out, and just trying to survive, sometimes we'll make exceptions. I'm not saying that's the case with Dylan here. He seems to genuinely like Chris Watts. In this challenging setting, inmates often form deep and meaningful friendships that serve as coping mechanisms, someone to lean on, and even strategies for survival. The bonds that develop among prisoners are not only reflections of their shared experiences, but also highlight the need for companionship, trust, and emotional connection, even in the most difficult circumstances. I could not get comfortable unless you can pack all of your stuff and be ready to move in less than 60 seconds. Then you are not comfortable. You aren't cozy in prison like the majority of inmates. The complacency of those around me kept me from becoming just like them. I did not want to become yet another statistic. The walls around me, the fences, the ignorance of the majority, they all motivated me to strive to be better. If there was anyone that got me, it was Chris. He didn't see me how most judgmental individuals did. We kept it strictly Matthews 7:1-2. Do not be judged, so that you will not be judged. For in the way you judge, you will be judged, and by your standard of measure, it will be measured to you. So you get back what you put out, which kept us on our toes. Before we knew it, we were ending service in prayer. I started working out and brought my weight down to 168. Women were noticing me, and I met Nicole. She was just everything my wife wasn't. Nice and not a control freak. And we could make decisions together. Wait, how long were you guys together and messing around? I thought it was 5 weeks. We knew each other for a while, but we didn't start messing around until 6 weeks before. Yeah, I was not thinking. We knew each other for a while. We ate together, we had chemistry, and I fell into temptation. Kind of like the Garden of Eden, I compared. So how did she not get wrapped up in any of this, I asked him. Well, there was some complications with that, he said. Like what, I asked. It took him a while to respond. Chris wells and pauses a lot before revealing. She didn't exactly do much to incriminate herself, Chris admitted. I don't think I want to know, bro. I really don't. I didn't want my opinion of him to change. If he told me what I thought he was going to tell me, how could he put his girls in cold blood? It just made no sense at all. His little girls were 3 and 4 years old. They loved him and he loved them. Just know it wasn't my hand actually doing it, he managed to say. He told me that before. I still couldn't comprehend what he meant by it. The traps on our door are being popped for dinner. Time to eat. It's all I managed to mutter to him. So as you know, I never read the whole book in its entirety. I would if I had permission from the author. I believe Dylan is a free man today, and I hope this time he can stay free. I find his experiences with Chris and Dodge interesting. Sometimes our environment makes it damn near impossible to stay free, whether it's problems with substances or just trouble with the wrong crowd. Living in a toxic environment makes it that much harder. I had to get the hell out of Dodge and move to another state. When all else fails, it's best to find a different place, out of sight, out of mind.